Greetings and salutations, old friends, and I really hope some new friends find us tonight. And if you're a new friend to the show, or this is your first time tuning in and you're interested in strange and esoteric subjects, we're glad that you found us. Please be sure to hit that subscribe button and the notification bell to be notified of future live events and shows. So tonight we continue with what I guess I would call the very strange case of Añjali. Some time ago, a former military woman, a former Defense Intelligence Agency analyst, went to the Lincoln Memorial in Washington, D.C. to hold a press conference. And there she told an incredible story of contact with extraterrestrials, with aliens of multiple species of aliens, I should say, that were in a base inside a mountain that she happened to visit. Last night we heard the owner of the mountain's account of her version of events, which differs greatly from her original story. I thought it only fair to invite her to respond to questions and the differences in their versions of events. I should note that last night we heard from Wayne, whose real name is Brian in real life, and he cautioned her not to release private communications. However, shortly before broadcast, she posted something to send me, and I'm not sure how to handle that. First of all, it was shortly before broadcast that I was able to get to this information. And secondly, some of you are aware I'm visually impaired in the kind of small screenshots from phones and things, and that's the sort of thing that I would need to blow up before I could really read it. And there's also just issues with that. I mean, I'm a self-trained investigative journalist. Is it? I don't know how to handle that situation. First of all, it's shortly before broadcast. Second of all, I'm not sure I'm even allowed to read private communications between two people when both parties haven't consented for me to do so. And there's more issues with that. So for tonight, I'm going to have to lay that issue aside, but I want, in full transparency, I'm always honest with my audience. I want you to know that this is one of the issues here, because I feel that we're going to get into a sort of a he said, she said situation. And maybe there is something in these screenshots of their private texts and communications that would, give us a clearer understanding of who's being truthful and who's being deceptive here. But again, we're going to have to get back to that issue because of time constraints, and there's just issues with that situation. I would prefer to speak to Brian before I even read those things. I think that would be the fairest way to do it. So along with this, there is some other things that I'm finding out just to worthy of mention. Añjali recently appeared on an episode with one Whitley Strieber, and I'm told that Whitley Strieber was going to be sort of the go-between for some kind of deal between her and the mountain owner to do this expedition between her and Bigelow Aerospace. Whitley Strieber somehow had some involvement. So that's a new twist to the story, or so I'm told. I'm going to ask Añjali if that's accurate or not. But there was some mention by Añjali to Brian that Bigelow Aerospace would just pay him for the mountain, or pay him for access to the mountain, I suppose, which is another sort of new twist to the story. We've got to get into all of this tonight. Now, I want to also caution everyone that this story has really, really, it's resonated with some, and it has angered and emboldened other people to be less than kind to her or her supporters, or, this has been sort of an argument back and forth between the true believers and the true skeptics. And then I suppose people in between I just mean to say that tonight we're inviting her here. So while I understand you may be passionate about this story and feel one way or the other, for the purposes of tonight's interview and conversation, please be respectful in the live chat. No personal attacks. You're fine to ask questions, but just be respectful of whatever it is that you say, especially directed at one of our guests. They take the time. She doesn't have to come here. They take the time, and they're really doing us a favor, opening themselves up to being questioned, some would say grilled, by me. Please be respectful. So with that said, friends, I'm going to welcome her in here. Welcome, Añjali.
Hello. Thank you, Stephen, for having me today. I appreciate it.
I felt like I was obligated to, because we've heard, some things that would maybe lead some people down another road.
Mm-hmm.
Heard your story and then heard Brian's account.
That's right.
So first, I just want to get your reaction to, if you reviewed what he had to say, just general reaction to his side of the story.
My general reaction is that it made me very sad. First, Stephen, you told me a few days ago that you had all of our screenshots of our conversations already. So I assumed that you had them.
Oh, I'm not sure that I said that. If I did, no, I didn't have screenshots of conversations between you two.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. The screenshots of our conversations.
Yeah, and I don't recall telling you that I had those, but if I did, I didn't have those. So
in Twitter, you said, I have all the screenshots too. It was exactly what you said, and you can go back to your DMs and check that. So that's so I was a little confused when you said that you couldn't look at mine when I thought you already had them. So I don't really know what to do if we can't talk about any of the things that I've sent you, because they're all in reaction to the video that we had yesterday, or that I watched yesterday.
Well, we can talk about them. I just, I can't really share them. You can
no,
tell us.
I feel fine talking about it. I have no problem. After yesterday, it's, of course, there are certain personal things that I would never reveal about anybody, but in general, what I was most protective about was that no one would be able to find them. And so now he chose to come out and tell his recollection of the events, and has put his identity out there. And I know others have screenshots of this, of our conversations. So I'm sad, because when you read through the conversations that I sent you, most of the time what you hear is begging them to just talk to me about what they do remember. If you don't remember what I've said to you, what do you remember? You owe me some kind of explanation for what happened there. If you're saying that I am not telling the right events, you owe me an explanation. Time and again, Stephen, you can read in those messages where I'm begging them to just tell me what they do remember. So you can imagine.
I guess, but I do have to, just to play devil's advocate here. Like, first of all, do these people owe you anything? And you kind of involved their family in all of this drama for a long time now. Do they owe you any conversation or explanation? Or are they free to say, as they have been saying, like, we don't want anything to do with any of this?
They are free to say that they don't want anything to do with this. And they do owe me an explanation for what they remember that day. Because our first conversation that we had, you'll see that there are quite a few contradictions from what Brian is saying. And I know that some of that is, a lot of time has passed. According to what they were saying in this conversation that we had, they don't remember anything. They said many times, "Oh, we don't really remember. We were drunk. I was passed out. Yeah, we were drinking. We were all drinking alcohol. I wasn't drinking alcohol. I did not take any more cannabis at his house,
Okay, but
And
now's a good time to ask you though. Were you on other forms of medication which may have interfered with the cannabis oil or amplified its effect, or
I sent them actually a screenshot that I sent you of the medications that I was on. If you'll give me just a moment, then. Oh, actually, I can remember them. What I had taken that day was Adderall and my heart medication and famotidine, which is for some spasms that I have in my esophagus. Um, the the other the other medication that I had was Cymbalta that I take when I go to bed at night, and Flexible as needed. That was also for when I was at home in bed. And that was all. That was all I was on.
okay,
So
but doesn't that kind of differ from your original account? I remember asking you if you're on any drugs. Maybe you just thought I meant illegal drugs, because
yeah,
I mean, I got to be honest with you. I'm no pharmacologist, but you just mentioned that you were on a stimulant, a sleep medication, a muscle relaxer,
I'm
and
not on the
something else.
medication. No, I didn't. No, you are incorrect. And again, this is a problem with everybody on the internet who thinks they're suddenly a doctor because they recognize a few things.
Whoa, let's both take a step back, because I'm not trying to be difficult here, but you did just mention that you're on like 4 different medications that are all of different types. And we
Yeah.
add that to this cannabis oil and your original account saying I wasn't on any drugs. I got a little bit of a problem with that, because my hypothesis has been that listen, I respect that you believe you had an experience, and it's not my position to say that you didn't. I just have felt that your experience was somewhat related to a drug event,
I
or
know.
a combination of drug events. And you know how I know that, Añjali?
It's not how
Because
you know.
because no, you know how I know that you may have some weird, strange experiences when you're on a bunch of different drugs, is because I was in rock bands for 20 years. I've been there. I've done these things. If it was a pill you could take, something you could smoke, a hallucinogen you could eat, I did it. And I had some strange shit happen to me that if I were not just cognizant of the fact that it was drug induced and related, I may decide I had an experience very similar to yours.
Listen, I don't take drugs. When you asked me if I was on any drugs, I said no. I don't take drugs. When you asked me if I was on any psychedelics, I said no. I don't take psychedelics. I never have denied that I was on any kind of prescription medications.
But there's Reddit posts of you describing taking hallucinogenic drugs. This is where we get into the.
There is one post, and this is such a dead horse. You want to beat it some more? We can beat it. And that's fine. I mean, it's a waste of your airtime because we're just spinning our wheels over the same thing that's been resolved and talked about a dozen times. And I can say it again, and nobody's going to believe it, but let's do it. One time, I had a powder that a friend of mine gave me that he said was developed. It's a synthetic mushroom. I don't really know very much about it. It was a powder form. I had a little bit. It was not around Brian's house. It wasn't even the same year as Brian's house.
No, I understand that, but what we're talking about is the fact that there's lots of inconsistencies. You said, I'd never done any hallucinogens. Well, except for this one time, this is a problem. That's all.
I said I don't take drugs and I don't do hallucinogens. One time, and I've already said it, yeah. One time.
Okay.
One time, Stephen. That's it. And I don't even know what a trip is because I didn't have one. That's the bizarre thing. I didn't even have one. So the cannabis did not cause this experience to occur. I remember the inside of his house. I can describe everyone who was there. I know where I was sitting. I know that Stacy was awake the entire night. Okay, I know she was. She says she was, at one point she said she was drunk and passed out. Another time she was sleeping. And then she said that she went to bed and it was just Brian and I. None of that is true. None of it. I'm just like, excuse me, that is not what happened. She did not go to bed. Did not. She was up until I left. So I don't know how to explain that. I don't know.
Okay, but that's like, don't you think that's kind of a little thing? Like maybe he just remembers she went to bed and you remember she didn't, and that really doesn't have any bearing on his story. That first of all, there's no tunnel on his land, and we did a walk around yesterday off air. There's no tunnels on his land. There's no tunnel. There's no cave. There's no entrance. There's nothing, obscuring what could be a hidden entrance that I saw. And yeah, I'm not an expert, but I mean, don't you think that these details are a lot more important than what time somebody went to bed that night? Because she refutes most of your story and agrees with her husband about the sequence of events, not your sequence of events.
Of course. Yes, I understand. What we have, you need to look at our first conversation. I know you haven't had any time to read the transcripts, but that conversation was much more productive than he has been leading you to believe. First of all, he talks in it about the 2 tunnels that he's digging. He says that he doesn't know exactly why he's doing it. And you hear him say that. You hear her say that she was drunk and passed out. You hear them numerous times saying they don't remember anything that night. I didn't say that.
Well, this is a good time to ask you, because I'm not sure if you're aware, but what you took is something called Rick Simpson oil. And one of the side effects, well-known side effects, especially if in a concentrated or big dose, is impaired memory. So maybe they were suffering from impaired memory because of the Rick Simpson oil that you guys were all dosing yourselves with.
Except they dosed themselves more than once, to his claim. I did not. And I seem to be the one who has more of a memory of that night than either one of them. And this was never supposed to be. We were never supposed to be where we are right now. This is like for me, I was relieved at first when it came forward. I was like, whoa, good. Okay, now I don't have to be so concerned about somebody trying to find them and ending up on their property or, just whatever. I've been trying to mend what had upset them and tried to give them space. And there have been a lot of mischaracterizations. And I think that it is important. You say they're irrelevant details. Well, if they're irrelevant, then why did you do a whole show on them? Because it was your show that all these irrelevant details came up. So tell me, are they relevant or not, Stephen?
I think maybe we're confusing things. I think all of it is relevant, but I think that the more important details are the most relevant. Like there's no tunnel there. Like this is a good point brought up by JMod. Thank you, JMod. Mixing cannabis oil and Adderall can cause increased risk of psychosis and hallucinations, according to the internet. And yes, I was going to bring that up, JMod. So, we originally it couldn't have been drugs that caused hallucinations, but you yourself have admitted that you were on Adderall and you took this very strong THC-infused Simpson oil.
Yes.
And it's well known that can cause hallucinations. So, and again, I get that you believe that you had a genuine experience, but when we get to the part where there's no tunnel, Añjali, there's no tunnel entrance. There's no big archway in his house that's a teleportation machine. There's no human-looking aliens that anybody else saw. There's no gray aliens anybody else saw. There's no purple mantis being that everybody else saw.
Did you want to tell me what happened, or did you want me to talk? I don't understand what.
I'm just trying to get to this. It's like, isn't that an important detail? That doesn't exist. None of that exists except in your imagination, Añjali. None of that exists.
Okay, then we're done. If you're just going to yell at me.
I can't. I'm just trying to get to this. Isn't this relevant that none of that exists? Let's both take a step back. You're right. We're both getting too passionate about this. And I love a passionate woman, Añjali. So I apologize. Oh, Well, Añjali has dropped from the stream, friends. And I had a feeling that she might. I don't think that there's much left she can do here but jive and dance, and I suppose try to justify her belief in her experience. And I'm sorry if I upset her. It was not my intention. And I'm sorry. I mean, I tried to bring this interview to you. She's free to come back on. We can both take a breath and try to start over. I'm willing to do that. But I've got a lot more questions, difficult questions that she probably doesn't want to answer. The truth is that I in all honesty, I have to say that I believe that she's a very manipulative woman. Recently, she got caught up in a scandal of posting fake pictures of UFOs on the internet or on Twitter. And most people looking at these really hokey, obviously computer-generated image, fake UFO videos, it was still images actually, instantly said these are so fake. But she insisted that somebody had sent these to her, and there became this whole story around this. Well, you know what? Hey, Añjali, you didn't want to talk? I'm going to talk by myself then, right? One moment, please, friends. Please bear with me. So, there is UFO Interest did somebody else's offering. Oh, so Brian offered to come on if she would drop the call. I guess he's watching, and sure, I mean, if he wants to, I'm not giving up on the show. But here's what I got for you. I have 1 second. I'm just going to send Añjali a message saying, I apologize. Let's try again. I'll try and be kinder or gentler. I don't know. Kinder. I'll try to be kinder or gentler. I don't know. All right. So hopefully I can find this quickly. I wasn't planning on sharing this, but with a guest missing, what can you do? Here we go. And I'm going to share this in the spirit of fair use, and I hope that UFO Interest doesn't mind. But this tells the story of this latest scandal she got caught up in. And remember, I mentioned that I think that she's really tried to manipulate me several different times in several different ways. I felt like she was trying to manipulate me. This latest time, well, the first time was when she lied to me about the Wayne we found, but it turned out that wasn't the real Wayne. She just lied to my face and said that we had the right guy, but please don't release his information. And it turns out she lied. We had the wrong guy. She didn't want us to keep digging and find the real guy. But I'm telling you, some really good investigators like Charlie Weiser and James A. Conrad jumped on the case and found alternates once we found out that she had misled us. And they found him, or we believe we did. And then it was confirmed that we did. We heard that interview last night. So she has tried to manipulate me, I believe, this is my personal speculation, away from this Wayne, whose real name is Brian. She has tried to have me tell the story her way. And I guess tonight that ended because I have a Post-it note in front of me, right on my computer, that says, don't let her manipulate you anymore. And that's where we're at, friends. And that's where I found myself tonight. So we're going to cite fair use, and we're going to share this UFO Interests video about this latest controversy Añjali has been caught up in. But before we do that, I mentioned she was manipulative. She messaged me and tried to get me to come out and like defend her for sharing fake UFO videos and UFO pictures. You know, like, would you look, here's the screenshots of the people that send me this, and people are saying that I faked this and made this up. Can you tell everybody that you saw these screenshots? And then, that these people really did send me these images and I didn't make that up. Why am I, what? I'm gonna come out and defend you for sharing fake UFO pictures. And they were so obviously fake that, I don't get it. I do not get it. All right, so we're going to cite fair use. This is a transformative work. I'm going to share UFO interest video titled Epic Fail, UFO Taken Over Brooklyn. And by the way, that was the shortest interview in my career. Oh, man. Oh, these things happen. Look, we roll with the punches here. I'm still doing a show, and it's going to be all about Añjali. But yeah, I guess you're only going to hear my side of the story because she doesn't want to submit to any more questions. Maybe we can interview Whitley Strieber. This is what she posts. Stop what you're doing and look at the pics taken today. Except they weren't. And my thanks to UFO Interest. I hope he doesn't mind me sharing his video. You can go over there and subscribe to him. Just search for UFO Interest. He debunks a lot of this garbage. Here's how a hoax promoter thinks and works. If you want to gain more visibility, tell a fake story about a UFO sighting, but don't expose yourself. Better to refer to an anonymous source. A friend, a cousin, a wife's friend, a friend of a friend of a friend of mine. Sure. Here's how Añjali's fake story circulated on Twitter. She says, stop what you're doing and look at these pics today by my friend's wife at work. These appear authentic. No Photoshop or similar images. My beings are beautiful. Here's one of those pictures. I don't know. To me, as soon as I looked at this, it's so obviously Photoshop, CGI. I couldn't believe that anybody would share this as something that's supposed to be real. I spoke with my friend who offered a video to show that his wife took those pics on her phone camera, not screenshots. She said this morning that her office mates claimed to have seen the craft on Monday as well, which corroborates the day the video posted. Here's the backstory exposed on Twitter, forcing that user to delete her thread. And of course, this is Añjali. Those pics were just still images of a CGI video published on Instagram 4 days earlier by Nelson Werstrom, 3D animator and graphic artist. Busted! Busted! You're busted! So fake. And UFO Interest, to his credit, he tracked down the source. It's CG artist Neil Werstrom, who posted this on TikTok 4 days earlier. So I guess, I don't know, did she just take stills of it and post it and start talking about aliens and her great sources giving her real pictures of UFOs taking over Brooklyn? Or is it a hoax? What do you think? Let me know in the comments. I know what I think. In fact, I'm sure of what I think. So what can I say, friends? We were set to interview Añjali today. She bounced on out of here. She didn't like the way that I was asking questions. I've apologized. I've sent her a message saying I apologize. Let's try again. I'll try to be kinder or gentler. I don't know. And so far, she hasn't popped back on here. But Wayne offered to pop back on here. Not Wayne. His real name is Brian from last night. So you know what? That's what I'm going to do. Brian, if you're listening, I'm going to copy the invitation. And you know what else? This is another thing, how I got manipulated. I got told that the only way that she would agree to the interview at all is if I had no co-hosts, no other panel members, no surprise guests, and it would just be me and her. Now, I don't know if I would call that manipulative, but it sure is taking some of the tools out of my belt there. You know, I could have had a surprise guest that popped on and got you her real good, but she didn't want to, risk that. So she had to set this is some rules. And you know what? Though I thought, well, maybe that's fair. I don't like it, but I'll agree to it. Again, a form of manipulation so that the story gets told her way. And did you notice in this interview when she was not able to control the narrative, how angry she got? I think that might speak volumes about Miss Añjali. So just bear with me for a moment, friends, because I'm a one-man army here. I'm my own producer. I'm my own guest booker and musician for the show. We do it all here. I got to find Brian's... I got Brian's email here, and I'm going to send him an invitation. I'll just say, here you go, Brian. People did say that they wanted him to join a cult because they'd rather join his than hers yesterday. But, not that this is a popularity contest. Okay, Añjali says, I have no desire to let someone scream at me that nothing I experience is real while on their show. You behave so poorly, I am not coming back on. And that's from Añjali. Okay, you lose. I'm done. You lose, Añjali. You lost. You lost this. Bad. This looks real bad for you. Real bad, because last night somebody just came on here and destroyed your entire story. Ripped it to shreds, and the whole house of cards came crashing down for the shit show that it was. And you don't want to come here and answer real questions. No, you want to come here and manipulate me and make me do it your way and make me be way too kind to you. You know what? I have been kind to you. Everybody commented. People have commented about how respectful and kind I have been to you. While you're manipulating me, while you're lying to my face, while you're trying to get me to do the whole thing your way. No, I think that people can see what's happening here. And, I'm glad you did that, because I don't have to be nice no more. Okay? You just fucked the whole show because you don't want to answer a few questions. Okay? Then I don't have to be nice to you. At all. Those UFO pictures you shared were a joke. And why didn't your alien friends tell you they were fake? Could it be because they don't exist? Why would your alien buddies let you be embarrassed and look like an asshole sharing obviously fake UFO photos if you're supposed to be some kind of angelic ambassador to the aliens? Wouldn't they know better? Wouldn't they go, you know what? We better tell our Añjali girl that those are fake. Don't share them. No, that's not what happened. They just let you look like an asshole all over the internet. Is that how this works? These love and light galactic beings love you, and you're like buddy with them, right? And they're 4D, 5D, 9D, and they're gonna help you help humanity with ascension, right? But what do we get? What do we get? We get you're giving us obviously fake UFO pictures that what'd you do? Steal them from the guy from Tinder and just make screenshots of them and put them up? These alien photos are real. My alien friends are so beautiful. My alien friends are so beautiful. Look, there's no similar pictures anywhere on the internet of this. No. But there's a video of where you got it all over TikTok. I mean, look, did I raise my voice? She said I yelled at her. I think I got a little too passionate there. And for that, I apologize. Because, I guess some of this has been building for a while. Like, what? And listen, last night we heard about this woman who was willing to drag an entire family through all of this garbage, right? Like, people might find your house. People might, some crazy filmmaker who's looking for a television deal about my story is so nutty and out of control that he may go to your house and do drone flights all over your house, looking for the alien mountain. You might need to worry about that. She put this couple through that. Or even just imagine you're sitting on your couch one day and some woman you met 3 years ago is at the Lincoln Memorial telling everybody that she met aliens at your house. This shit is crazy. And you know what? Here's what I gotta say. I love the story because it is crazy, but this just gets weirder and weirder. Now we got Whitley Strieber involved in this. He's brokering a deal between Bigelow, the billionaire UFO. I don't know. Would you call Bigelow a UFO researcher or would you call him a UFO funder? Bob Bigelow is a billionaire and he's got all kinds of money and he throws money around trying to learn the truth about aliens. He has funded all these different researchers, groups of people researching aliens and UFOs, everything. So somehow Añjali weaves into her story that Bigelow is going to put up all the money and give it to Brian so that we can all learn the truth about those aliens. And it gets better because Whitley Strieber of the book Cambian fame is also involved, and he's going to help broker the deal between Bigelow Aerospace and Brian, the guy with the mountain with the alien base inside it. Friends, I wanted to ask her all about that. I'm going to ask, look, I don't even know how to contact Whitley Strieber. Not really a fan, but I'm reaching out to Whitley Strieber then. You want me to follow the story, Añjali? I'm going to follow the story. And then we're going to make a detailed list. Lied about this, check. 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 Have you not seen any of my deep dives? Are you that dumb? Whatever. Bounce off the show. I had a lot more questions for you. Questions like, don't you owe that couple an apology? That nice couple that you put through all this nonsense due to your UFO delusions? Do you owe the community, the UFO community, apology because you lied through your teeth saying that these other people saw the aliens or were in on the aliens, they were in the tunnel with you, all this nonsense, and none of that's true. Do you owe everybody an apology for lying to everybody? I would think so. I have not heard back from Brian with an invitation, but you know what? He texted me. I'm going to tell him I emailed that to him. 1 second, friends. Maybe we can get Brian to come. I emailed the link to your email. Or you know what we're going to do? We are going to open up the show then. You know what? We'll have a panel show and everybody can come here and we can all have a conversation or a discussion. She says, you're so mean. Why did I even try? Leave me alone. You didn't want to hear from me. I'm not your effing punching bag. Okay. Look, you can look, like I said, let's both take a step back, come back. You can come back, try to have a conversation here. But I'm not pulling any punches no more, Añjali. You've manipulated me long enough. I'm not pulling any punches tonight, right? And the minute you saw that, you bounced out of here. You bitched out. Tail between your legs. Shit, I can't handle real Stephen Cambian. I can only handle kind and gentle Stephen Cambian that I manipulated into being so kind and gentle to me. And what are we left with, right? What are we left with? We're left with a woman whose story just fell apart, and I'm the bad guy. Remember, listen, if all else fails in the UFO community, just blame Stephen Cambian. He's the dickhead, right? I'm the bad guy here. Why am I the bad guy? Because I said from the start of this thing that I believe that this Añjali had a drug-induced hallucination. That's what I believed from the very beginning. I said it right from the start of this story. And I was the bad guy for that. And no, she had to come on here and explain that, no, she wasn't on any drugs, she said. She wasn't on any drugs. And then we found out we just found out she's on like 5 different drugs besides the cannabis. Or was it 4 different drugs besides the cannabis oil? And one of those drugs, Adderall and cannabis oil, can cause hallucinations. But remember, I'm the bad guy I'm pointing these things out. I'm sorry, but facts tend to matter when you're telling fantastical fairy tales with zero evidence, zero proof, zero corroboration. She claimed she had corroborating witnesses. And last night we saw the corroborating witnesses to her story refute most of everything she said. But I'm the bad guy. It's my fault, right? And goddamn Steve Cambian with your facts and your evidence and with your tracking down my corroborating. She acted happy that we found Brian and he could come and tell his side. You think she was happy about that shit? No way. She was stewing all night listening to him break her story apart, rip it to shreds. Maybe she came here a little bit angry too. You know, I'm not the only angry human on planet Earth. I'm not the only person passionate enough about these things to get a little heated, you know, to maybe raise my voice a little bit, maybe not be as kind as I could be. But, you know, I thought Miss Añjali Love and Light would just forgive me and we could be okay, right? Love and light and forgiveness. I forgive her for what I believe was her trying to manipulate me through this whole shit show, right? I forgive her, you know, no hard feelings, but I'm not going to hold my tongue. I'm not going to be manipulated into covering the story her way anymore. You know what I'm going to do? Like I said, we're going to follow the facts and the evidence, right? We'll chart. Lied about this, lied about that, lied about this, lied about that. You know, I almost don't even have to because there's a blog full of that already that Charlie Weiser has done. And if you'll just excuse me for a moment, I'm getting a lot of incoming messages and I'm not quite sure. Some of them might be important right at this moment. So you'll have to bear with me 1 second, friends. Yeah, not important. But I did get a text from Brian, so we'll see what Brian had to say. And Brian, of course, if you are aware of the story, is the infamous Wayne of Wayne and Trisha, one of her corroborating witnesses. Hold on 1 second. I cannot see you. No, Brian, I cannot see you there in my drop out. Hold on, I'll send you a new link. I'm going to send Brian a new link. You know what? We'll get him back. Had a good conversation yesterday. We'll get Wayne back. Remember, Añjali's story is that Wayne is the person that owned the mountain. I'm sending you the link once again, Brian, and you want to pop out, close down your browser, restart your browser, and then go to the new link I just sent you in the email. And by the way, here's what we're going to do. I'm putting the link. You know what? Añjali's not ruining the party here because there's a lot of people that have information. How about this? How about we do it this way? Añjali, we try to do it the nice way. You can sit here. We can have a talk, right? I'm not doing it. You bailed. And you bailed. I didn't bail, right? So we're going to do it this way. Anybody that has anything, any information or anything to say about Añjali, and now I got you, Brian. Great. You're welcome to come on the show. We're going to have a panel discussion about all this. And I think that maybe she'll be surprised, actually, with some of the things, you know, people's opinions and how, you know, I think a lot of the tables have turned on her. She doesn't understand that people are sick of people making up fake stories and trying to get rich and famous, selling fake stories. And her story has just come crashing down. She's not happy about that. But here's what I'm going to do. We're going to send in the clowns, friends. That's right. No, I'm kidding. Maybe not. You never know who's going to show up when I do this. I'm always hesitant to do this. But here's what I'm going to do, friends. I am putting the invitation to join the show tonight right in the live chat. That's right. All you need is a webcam. A pair of headphones really does help. You know, microphone. If you have a Zoom or Skype setup or whatever you usually use, it'll probably work. I'm going to just put invitation to join the show. And there's the invitation. And please, no nudity. No nudity. That's the one rule. Okay? No nudity. Anybody is welcome. Believers, skeptics. We'll try to be respectful and have a good conversation. And now, standing by in my green room, he's coming to rescue. So I like this guy better already. Last night we interviewed him. Brian, welcome in.
Hey, thanks for having me back.
Hey, man, that didn't go too good, bro.
He seems a little upset.
Was I really nasty though? Do you think, or was she just frazzled?
I don't think you're nasty. I think she was on the defense right away, and I mean, if like you said, if I didn't remember exactly the order of who went to sleep where, well, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry about those little small.
Yeah, that's my point. Was like, isn't the alien stuff the important details that we should be focusing on here? But I think she doesn't have much, so she's got to try to pick apart your side of the story. Like, no, she didn't go to bed at this time. She went to bed at this time. See, he's a liar. It doesn't. That's her. That was her. I think that was her level of, line of attack here, and it felt real flat to me.
It was pretty hardcore. The part where I owe her an explanation, I'm real confused about that. I don't know what explanation I owe her, especially after she just basically told everybody what she was on. So I was right. There was pharmaceuticals involved that I did not know about. I didn't even think to ask anybody, hey, man, are you on any kind of pharmaceuticals before I dose you with my amazing oil?
Brian's got the best oil. Yo, Brian, I'm coming to your house and you're going to dose me and I'm going to look for that tunnel. Okay? We're going to get dosed up and look for those aliens, bro.
Yeah, I've been doing that for a long time.
Getting dosed and looking for aliens?
Yeah, looking for the tunnels,
I'm glad that listen, Brian, you don't know this, but I'm an asshole sometimes. So listen,
aren't we all?
No, but I mean, like, I should talk to you about something off air, but I'm going to talk to you about it right now because it's fun. Okay. I happen to have a friend and a friend of the show that lives right near you, and he's got good cameras and things. Yeah. And so he's offered to be sort of our West Coast correspondent. And if you'll allow him, he would like to go there and have you show him around the mountain so we can all see that none of the shit that she said was there is there.
I'd love it. We can do that.
Great. Awesome.
We can go ahead and even go a little bit.
And we're going to do that. How about that, Añjali? You don't want to answer a few questions? I'm sending somebody with a goddamn camera to this guy's house to prove how full of shit you are. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm getting upset. But I'm glad because now Brian's going to let us have access. Oh, you and your expedition. Here's another thing, Brian. This is great. Her and her goddamn expedition. She's going to hype this thing up for a year, post 18 Twitter polls, who should be allowed in and who shouldn't be. I was one of the people on that list, and I got voted off of her expedition. But how about this? We're going to do our own goddamn expedition now, Añjali. That's what we're going to do.
We
got cameras, equipment.
Is how come we didn't get to know anything about this expedition? Yeah, we knew nothing. We didn't have a list. Crazy. We didn't even know. We didn't know shit. So
look who we have. Look, proof will let anybody on this show.
What are we doing?
Goofon lives and Goofon Radio.
Nice to meet you, Wayne. Brian.
Nice to meet you as well.
You know what? If you can find the clip, he did a funny thing with a mask, pretending to be you, talking about the aliens in the mountain.
That's right. I could find it, but you weren't bad. You weren't mean to her. She kept interrupting you every time you made a good point. She's like, well, wait. And you're like, shut up. It's like, let me speak. Let me say something important that needs to be heard. And she just tried to divert the conversation every time she does that. So
yeah, well,
you weren't mean.
I think that she knew that I wasn't going to be like kid gloves, I do regret though. I think I should have been like I should have went in a little softer so that it wouldn't have been a 10-minute interview, maybe. I don't know. Shortest interview of my life.
Well, she was pissed off anyway. She was already mad when she got on. I mean,
from the get-go.
She was angry. Obviously, with me, she said she was hurt about something, but whatever the explanation is that I owe.
We have Derek joining us.
The only explanation I can think of is I got to watch my doses to folks.
You got to get me some of that oil. What is it called again?
It's called Rick Simpson oil. It's really good for you.
Rick Simpson oil. I'm writing that down.
How you doing,
right.
Derek?
Hi, Derek.
Hello,
What's up,
hello.
Derek?
I think you got a bad connection because you're like
Oh, this is a
real
little better.
choppy. There you go.
Oh.
This is a little better, and he popped. And he popped off. This is the shortest interview of my life. Thank you two for jumping on. I feel bad for the audience because this is everybody wanted to see her answer questions and and tell her side of the story, and now she kind of scampered off and took her. She took her marbles and she went home. Man, that's not fun. That's not fair.
Yeah, she waited for the first sign of trouble and she got out. And what did we expect her to say? Yeah, there's nothing she could defend at this point, my opinion. Yeah, after last night's show with Brian. I mean, that's it for me.
That's it for
And then the picture. And then that picture.
Thing, yeah.
Oh my God, it was awful.
Yeah.
I don't see her progressing in this field, but you know what? Unfortunately, she will still have the followers that feel bad for her. She's such a nice lady. She's so delicate. She's like a flower. No, she's worse. She's a weed. She keeps popping up everywhere. She'll never go away. You can never get rid of her. She's going to put out this book that she's been writing since she was 6 years old. It's going to make her, popular, like Elizondo. In a bad way, though.
Yeah, somebody brought up a good point. Somebody was wanting me to ask Brian, had you ever authorized her to do the expedition? And did you know anything about the popularity contest she was holding on Twitter to decide who was going to be in the expedition?
We were watching that. We were watching that from the sidelines, but we didn't know the extent of it. We talked about we discussed the expedition. But that's when we were discussing money too, you know what I mean? So it came to kind of a halt when there was no money involved. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and just stop my life and let people drive up my road and
just to verify, that's another crazy part of the story, Brian, because apparently Whitley Strieber of the book Communion fame was going to be involved with brokering some kind of a deal between you and Bigelow Aerospace.
That's what I heard. So show me the money. Show me the money.
And maybe she thinks that nobody's going to get to Whitley Strieber and ask him if that's really true. But I will, or I will do my due diligence to try.
Well, you know what? I'm willing to go ahead and deal directly with them. I'm cool. If we're this far,
Brian's still looking for the $20 million payout that he got promised, right?
It's already started. We might as well, see what happens.
We're progressing in this field, but you know what? Unfortunately, she will still have.
You got your headphones on?
She'll still have her followers, I think he was saying. Yep.
Okay.
I was left in suspense.
Yeah.
She's definitely got supporters that will support her even after this. I mean, she can come up with all the bullshit she wants, and they will still stick with her. And say,
and they can stick with her. That's fine.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah, that's right. There were some concerns in the comments there the other day about you there, Brian, and about your safety and stuff. I mean, think of this. I mean, the internet's looking for you. What the hell are you supposed to feel like? I mean, that's scary in my point of view or in my eyes. I mean, how was it for you, though? I mean, how was it for you? I'm asking you, how was it for you to have half the internet, half of ufology looking for you?
It's been pretty stressful, it really is. This is kind of a relief, just, I mean, in a sense. But yeah, it's still a little stressful because she seems very unstable to me. So who knows what can happen here? You know what I mean?
Yeah, right.
especially after this little. I mean, how she acted right there. I mean, that was obviously she's pissed off, and she's not gonna take any whatsoever criticism. She acted right there. I mean, that was.
Well, you have a lot of friends out here now. I've seen so many comments, so many people saying, "Hey, thanks." Yeah, a lot, man, a lot.
So I guess I got some followers now too, right?
Yeah, see, you need to make a YouTube now, so don't you?
Yeah, well, I guess this is what it's going to have to be. That's fine.
Was Añjali saying that Brian, that you were lying about a lot of stuff, like there's an alien base there, but you're just hiding it?
That's what she's saying, but that's a crock of shit. I mean, that's
and also, Brian, just so you know, she sent me all of your private communications.
Yeah, and that's fine.
But listen, don't you think this is, everybody can chime in on this? Like a half hour before I'm supposed to interview her, she sends me all your private communications. Who you just said you don't want her to release any of that, and now she's sending it to me. So I didn't know how to feel about that or what to even do about that.
There's really no reason to share our previous conversations of manipulated bullshit. How about that? I mean, because if anything was any kind of something sounding good, it was just a lie anyway. The bottom line is, it doesn't really matter what conversations we had or how great they may have seemed or anything like that. When her and my wife started having words and pissing off my wife to that extent, then there's all deals are off. That's just the way it is. That's just it. I don't care. You know what I mean? It's what I don't even really know all the things that have been, all the dirty things. How about that? I don't know all the things that she's done. I've only known things that, what I'm shown.
Well, she apparently tried to capitalize on it, creating this obviously fiction, something in her head, and then she's saying, "Oh, this really happened." I'm sure at some point later, and people have mentioned this too, that she'll just go ahead and say, "Well, but I dreamed it. It was in a dream state," and this is her excuse. But that gives her no right to go ahead and make you, a private individual, part of her little scheme, her little story. I mean, that's not only rude, that's probably illegal. I mean, I don't know I ain't no lawyer or nothing.
Yeah, well, that was my other concern is like, do I need to like talk to a lawyer before I even read these? Like, I don't know. I don't know. Like, they're not my, like he didn't consent for me to get that. And we have welcome Mike from Philly. I'm sorry about that. Welcome Mike from Philly.
What's up, Mike?
He turned his camera off. Okay, there we go.
What's up, Mike?
So just to add to all this, we got absolutely nothing to hide as far as conversations, text, anything like that, because we're not trying to bullshit anybody. And in any conversation you would ever see of us, it would actually be, maybe it might have to come to that, but until, our lawyers tell us what's up, we'll just hang on to that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. But it was interesting that she included a screenshot where she was telling you these were the drugs that I was on. Besides,
why did that
oil
come out all this time until right now? I mean, it was almost as you pulled that out of her in an act of desperation or some shit, Like this whole time you're sober. Bullshit. We've been on the sidelines this whole time thinking, what a crock of shit. If we were all buzzed in one way or another. Maybe she wasn't drinking alcohol. Probably so. Whatever. Pharmaceuticals like that and some good cannabis oil, buddy. You better not drink. You better not.
She wasn't hallucinating. It's all made up.
Well, that's the question too. Up. How much of this was just for profit only? How much of it was for notoriety? How much of it was for fun? Who knows? I mean, where's the point where this was all for profit, or this is what I dreamed?
She's been talking about aliens since she was a baby.
Yeah.
She knows how to talk about it in a way that's very manipulative. She knows.
And that's it. Her training does. And she posted about this on her Reddit. She boasted about being able to lie to people and successfully do it, and actually part of it was how she managed to do it. So this falls right in line with what, and that's it. She'll deny everything that was said back in those Reddit posts, right, before she got banned or whatever, for whatever reason, but it's still there to this day. And you can't say that you didn't ever try drugs because you said it way back then, and that's when she got pissed at Steven here. She obviously.
Yeah, but I can't lie. I regret going in that hot. I should have calmed down for a lot longer. So
She had
so
already
I apologize. I apologize to the audience because I'm sure they would have preferred to hear more from her. And now she's going to have to go do the UFO circle jerk softball shows to tell her side, and we're not going to get anybody ever again like me allowed to ask her real and hard questions.
Right.
Yeah, because anytime she's pressed, I swear to God, you can see the fire in her eyes, and she just all of a sudden she just changes. Like a split personality. And I don't want to make fun of people that have that, but I swear to God that's what I see in her.
Somebody just sent me this live. It says YouTuber exposes ufology liar. It's Mysterion sent this to me. It was a cocktail of meds that made her hallucinate the whole thing. Breaking news.
Right at the timestamp too. Perfect.
Yeah, there we go.
It has begun.
Thank you, Mr.
Yeah, and that's not good enough. That doesn't warrant a press conference, Does Añjali care that I got high? Why should I care that she got high?
I'm going to do a press conference tomorrow.
Is she going to buy my book about my experience, getting high?
So, Brian, thank you very much for coming on and explaining this stuff.
Especially with Adderall.
So many people were looking forward to that. And, she still has her little, small group that believe her, regardless of what nonsense she speaks. But, we tried to be nice to her, but apparently that doesn't work. So I'm going to speak for the audience and say thank you very much for coming forward with this, Brian.
Thanks for having me. I hope it helped out a lot of people.
Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah.
Big time.
Yeah, because you might have saved us from listening to fairy tales for 3 years before we found this out. Sometimes it takes a long time for these stories to unravel.
It was hard for me to keep quiet. It was. Because I'm not, I've never done anything like this or, so, and I didn't really want to be, you have to do all that, I guess, you know what I mean? So, but the more bullshit that I was seeing, you guys.
I think we all saw her coming from a mile away.
From day one.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, what would happen? What would happen if you said nothing at all and you just, stayed anonymous or as best you could? Do you feel that you would have been safer then, or are you safer now, or is there any difference at all?
Well, I think I'm safer now, number one, because I put myself out there who I am. So I'm not, I don't know if that's good or bad.
She hallucinated a scheme. She hallucinated a scheme to have a book and a cult and be adopted by the phenomena community, as she says. I was just rewatching the press conference.
Yeah, we can watch it right now if you guys want to.
Let's do it.
I have a question for Brian.
The part about the tall whites was edited out of her official story. She said she saw two different races of beings, the Greys, and then she also saw the tall whites. That has been eradicated off her own official video. There's a jump cut. It's a very obvious jump cut about a half an hour into the video, and I found that strange that now that's gone, because it just sounds too much like Edward Bulwer Lytton's The Coming Race, which influenced Hitler and the Thule Society. It's Nazi philosophy, tall whites, Aryans, the Nordics. These are supposedly higher beings. What are higher beings doing down in a supposed tunnel or cave? It's all in The Coming Race. It's the same thing. It's from a long time ago. It's fiction, and it's fiction.
Yeah.
And Hitler got the Nazis off of that and everything. So I wanted to pop in and say,
and
if it was just a hallucination, it's a pretty elaborate hoax.
Brian,
as
you
well.
never talked to Ryan Gordon, right? The guy who said he was going to make the no.
No, I haven't talked to anybody. The only people that we've talked to is really Charlie Weiser and Steve in here,
Okay.
and now you guys.
Yeah, that's a guy who says that he's paid $1,000 for an interview
Yeah.
with an original Wayne.
Yeah,
But he
I
couldn't.
That was pretty wild.
I backlinked him to go ahead and see where it come from and stuff, and none of what Ryan said was
So
true.
one at a time. One at a time.
Worldwide, a lot of people are into it, but it's Ascended Masters, and it's Theosophy disguised, the I Am movement, and Lighthouse Ministries. It's
Let's see that you got that on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial, Stephen.
Yeah, I'm getting it right now. And well, you know what? Listen, I just want to tell everybody. I want to thank everybody for their kind and generous
I
super
gotta
chat
jump up. I
donations.
just wanted to pop in and say congratulations. That was hilarious. Añjali, you're busted.
Oh
Good seeing you
no!
guys.
Good seeing
Right
you.
on.
See you, Frat.
Right on,
All
Brian.
right.
See you,
bye-bye.
Rob.
Rich,
Right on, Flap.
see you guys.
All right, I'll throw you out of here. There we go. Yeah. So I want to take a minute to thank. This is a viewer-supported show, and if you're tired of seeing the UFO circle jerk and guys that aren't going to ask hard questions, aren't going to do crazy things like find the corroborating witness to the story and rip it to shreds with his help, like this is good work that we're doing here, and we're a viewer-supported show. I want to thank all the kind and generous super chat donators. We didn't read any of them yet. I will do it at the end of the show. I promise. We will, continue the discussion for a while here, and then I'll throw everybody out and just read the super chats and thank each and every one of you. Thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. Now let's get to the. I'm kind of afraid to play this, but we'll get into it.
You'll be
It's
fine.
phase.
Yeah,
It's
you're
phase.
fine.
It's fair use. Wait, put up the fair use banner. 1 second.
Make it
Yeah.
official.
Yeah.
Gotta do
Okay, so this is, and I'm going to verbalize it as well. This is fair use. This woman put this out there, and this is a newsworthy event. After all, it involves contact with extraterrestrial beings and a press conference at the Lincoln Memorial. So we're going to be sharing her original press conference where she made all these fantastical claims. We'll be discussing it. We'll be educating the public about it. This is fair use, friends. 1 second. Got it. All right, here we go. So here's her original press conference. And by the way, she has said that she's not making any money from this, but I noticed something. This is a monetized YouTube video, which got almost 70,000 views, which means that at the very least, she made $700 just from this video, approximately. If you, it depends on, every YouTube channel is different, but I don't know. If you say $10 per 1,000 views for monetization is about average. Sometimes it drops to 8. Sometimes it's up to 12. But let's just go in the middle and say 10. Then she made $700 just from this video.
Yep.
And she says she's not here for any money. Then why put the monetization on in the first place and have ads playing all over this?
No power.
So this was it was supposed to be a press conference at the Lincoln Memorial, and it was really, I don't know why they didn't cut a lot of this, because the first 5 minutes or more, it's all them jumping around trying to make this work.
Yeah, she went live.
Yeah.
Yeah. She should have edited it and take this out.
Well, they did a supercut version of it that was very well done. We'll see if we can't. Yeah, she's still.
Didn't she say she put the announcement out to all of the media?
Yeah.
And nobody showed.
Yeah, she said that no actual press showed up to her press conference. But here we are. Okay. She starts talking right about here. 12 minutes to get this to get the technical side working. They're streaming live from the Lincoln Memorial in Washington, D.C.
Did we ever find out who the person behind her was?
That is her partner. She calls him her partner, which others have told me that's her boyfriend. So that's what she means by partner, because I don't like the term partner, because does that mean sexual? Does that mean business partner? I don't like the term partner. It's too is ambiguous, right? You're not
Yep.
quite sure if they mean romantic partner, domestic partner, business partner. I don't like that term, but she calls him her partner. Others have told me that's her live-in boyfriend.
Florida, where I grew up. At that time, my name was Añjali Johnston, JOHNSTON. Many of you would have known me growing up as Angie.
Or
I
liar.
went to Maine.
She's got like 4
Is
names.
she
I-
talking to anyone, or is it just
There's nobody
laptop?
there.
Graduated from the
Cardboard
Midwest
cutouts.
Senior
There's a-
High School.
There's a couple of UFO community
God.
people standing in front of her, and they're the people that
Renamed
ask the
as
questions.
West Side High.
There's no actual press members there at a press conference.
The audio is a little bit low on her.
1990
Let me try to see if I can fix that.
in
Yeah.
the U.S. Air
Yeah.
Force.
Nope.
In
That,
1992,
Only goes up a tiny little bit
I was
more.
stationed at Ellsworth Air Force Base, where I was married and later divorced. And at that time, you may have known me
I wonder why.
as Angelia Belcher.
I think she's got some anger issues, don't you?
Yeah.
look at her
Yeah.
hands.
Or you would have known
Yeah, she's very
me
fidgety
as
during this
Angie
whole
Belcher.
thing.
Oh, she's nervous.
I worked in the 28th Medical Group Air Transportable Hospital for orthopedic surgery during the First Gulf War.
And
Oh no.
After I graduated and entered into the Air Force, I attended Black Hills State University in South Dakota.
I'd like to imagine that there's a moment where Alex Jones just walks
At
past
that
in the
time,
background.
You would have known me again.
Make it happen.
All
it
of
happen,
what she's saying,
Johnston,
Make it happen.
Angelia Johnston.
all of this
Manifest.
stuff is apparently true, right? I mean, you know that
Yeah,
she
and here's the
actually
thing.
all this
Here's the
stuff,
thing. Yeah, she leads with the best stuff that she has,
right?
which I believe is a hook to get people interested in the story. Because after all, why is a very educated woman, and I'll give her that, she's very educated, a very once accomplished woman who was in the Air Force, who worked in government offices after the Air Force, right? Why is that woman suddenly seeing and talking to and communicating with aliens, right? So she's got this great backstory, and all of that is true. All of that is true. The divergence comes when we get to this. She met these aliens in Wayne's Mountain, and here we have him with us tonight. Yeah.
2003, Black Hills State University.
This is all true. Her background is real, which is rare for one of these UFO grifters,
I
right?
attended graduate school.
No, I
at
think it's a
South
green
Dakota
screen,
State
man.
University.
That'd be a good one.
Department
she
of
went to the
Rural
Lou
Technology,
Elizondo School
where I
of
was
Reality.
I was pursuing my master's degree. At that time, during my
Yeah.
coursework, I was recruited by the Defense Intelligence Agency.
This is all true
Washington,
too, which is
DC,
crazy.
And be an intelligence officer.
Like A-Tip.
Yeah.
In the effort to full disclosure, I was trained in information operations and information warfare. In human
Can you imagine
factors
just like
Right.
you're just walking around and then you just overhear someone saying all this?
This is not the type of intelligence that
Script.
is ever directed.
Yeah, I'm getting some questions because people are saying that she was in a wheelchair there and things like that. So I'm not sure. I have not seen her in a wheelchair anywhere else. But people have said that she was in a wheelchair during this event.
She
And
was.
okay. So there's that. You know, apparently is having some kind of health issues and health problems.
Yeah, that guy wheeled her over.
Okay.
At,
Yeah,
at any of the interests of the United States people, our citizens, or our corporations, we have absolutely zero domestic charter for that. And so I want to just make sure that everybody is clear that I am not saying.
Isn't that what she's saying? She has no intention to use this, you know, draining on U.S. citizens. Well,
Yeah,
I don't know about that.
Yeah, and it's kind of weird that somebody with this kind of a background in counterintelligence and all this stuff and warfare, deception, and all this is going to come out with a story about aliens.
Well, it's just like Lou, though, too. Lou even said the other night, and that was kind of funny. He's like, I don't know anything about ufology. I don't even know what it is. And I'm like saying, here, you're a lead of one of the biggest UFO now it's UAP
Right.
investigation groups, and you know nothing about it. I mean, that just tells you he's disinformation or
Well,
co-intel.
that's
I
like
guess.
saying I was a firefighter for 20 years, but I don't know shit about fire.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, right,
Jesus.
right.
It doesn't make any sense. Let's get a little
Nope.
further into this. I don't know how much more to play of this because most of it is nonsensical rambling, and then she tells, I guess, the short story of her contact with aliens. Maybe we'll fast forward it some.
Yeah. There's a good part.
It's a very awkward event.
After saying hello to me,
Here we
and
go.
at the time, nearly feigning surprise. Oh, hello, Añjali, they said.
Those middle school drama classes really paid off, right?
Oh no!
We've been waiting to talk to you.
And they were waiting at Brian's house, apparently.
They wanted
That was
me
right after that
to
dose.
listen to them deeper into their base. And I want to make something very clear that from where this excavated tunnel is, which is mostly rock, okay?
Brian, do you have an excavated tunnel at your house?
Mostly rock.
Mostly rock.
Somebody was asking in chat do you recognize, or Brian, do you recognize this at all, her saying this stuff, or have you seen this before, or knew about it even?
No, I didn't know shit. I didn't know anything about any part of this until 2 days before this conference, and she didn't really give us the whole story. She just said she had an alien experience here at our house, and she was going to go tell the story in Washington. That's really all we knew.
And what was your initial reaction to that?
Oh no!
So could she have had an alien experiment or experience without you seeing? I mean, whether it was because she was delusional or not.
I can't answer that.
Really
I guess. I mean, I don't know. Them aliens are pretty smart.
Apparently so.
I mean, the bottom line is, I mean, again, this whole story is going to stop right where I said yesterday. If they want to start, if she's so sure of it, then get your money back together. That's where.
Mojave Desert, they understand what I'm talking about, and they know. It's pretty stable.
Which hand are you watching, the left or the right one?
Where it ended,
Both.
and where
Wow,
their
that's talent, man.
space began, was seamless. There was nothing there.
I'm going to give her like an 8.8.
Okay.
Good technique.
It wasn't like there was a physical
See?
edge
Very
that I could delineate.
You seem to get visibly distressed, though. I mean, is there people heckling her back there?
No, this is what it's like when
just
you're
very
lying.
uncomfortable. It's very uncomfortable.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Otherwise, she'd be able to do it easily.
Very easily.
Yeah.
It's very uncomfortable, and it feels weird, especially for somebody that's got all this government training in deceptive warfare and COINTELPRO, and it's just weird.
Room where I met several of the most amazing beings that are here.
How do you do that?
Yeah, this is very uncomfortable to watch, right? I haven't watched this since this story started, so I kind of forgot how cringe this was.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Was in a body approaching 8 foot tall.
Oh.
Taller than the door. That was like a sliding hatch door.
That's my
Hey,
barn
Brian,
door.
someone in the chat
Yeah.
is asking, are you ever in the military or related to the military?
It's funny you ask that. I was not in the military, but a good friend of mine just gave me a text right now, and he was in the Army for like 11 years. And he's watching this, by the way, and he just said, background in information warfare. indication that she's really good at manipulation. She's totally using this experience.
Right,
Using-
which is. Oh, I'm sorry, dude.
No, it's okay. That's fine.
Which is just what she was boasting about on the Reddit stuff, you know, that she can successfully do this with ease, you know, because that's what her training was. And I'm like saying to myself, you know, you're admitting right here, and she says flat out, don't believe anything I say. Yeah.
Why would you preface your story with that? This is a question for Brian. Brian, does it look like her health has deteriorated from when you first met her? I was going to ask, was she in a wheelchair or having trouble walking when you met her?
No, she was walking. She walked. She couldn't hike or anything like that, but she can walk. But she wasn't in a wheelchair, and I didn't notice her limping or anything.
Yeah, so maybe her health has deteriorated.
When the show just first started, this show here that we were watching, when she just first came on, the first thing we thought was she's not looking very healthy. So sorry to see that.
Well, right. I thought there was, and I saw Dorothy mention it, that she may have lupus, is what I heard. Also.
Well, we should try to not speculate though, because
all right.
It's not medical advice,
right? Yeah,
well, she's not here to confirm or deny.
Well, she shouldn't have hung up.
Well, thanks very much. Thanks very much, Dave Hanks, for really kind and generous. $49.99. Very much, thank you. And I'm going to read every single one before the show ends. But if I see any new coming in, and we have Cosmic Toast Jay is here. Welcome. Maybe not here.
What's up, Jay?
Some people walk away while they're waiting to connect. So
there he is.
There he is.
No, that was me. I was saying hello.
Oh, okay.
We'll keep going a little bit while longer.
This is good.
To meet the face of a being that had been giving me visits.
Oh. And
I thought at the time that this being was probably about 4 feet tall. Such is the nature of this phenomena.
It's 4 feet tall.
In physical form, has chosen an 8-foot tall form.
Last time I spoke to her, she mentioned that the aliens in the base that were patrolling had military-grade boots on. Do you remember anything about military-grade boots?
You're talking to
Brian, sorry.
To Brian, yeah.
I'm sorry, say again?
So last time Añjali was on, I asked her about. She mentioned that the aliens in the base that were patrolling in the hallways, they were wearing military grade like hardware and boots and stuff. I'm guessing none of that's real, right?
No aliens at all.
Cool.
You know what I'm thinking?
Right?
If she was like hallucinating all this stuff and being delusional, I mean, it would make sense for her to like see a boot and then say, okay, I seen that in my vision or whatever, or I seen something similar and, on your property, let's say, or she's saying, I can use that. And I could say that, oh my God, that was an alien, knowing that she's just bullshitting. I mean, I see two sides of this lady. I see the side that, and I don't want to make fun of her. I think she seriously is slightly delusional, and this is not medical advice, but, on the other side, I see that she knows that she's doing this because look at what her training has done for her or taught her.
Well, this just in, we have Cosmic Toast Jay here, and Jay's got a really new part of the story to share because he had a chance to stay with Añjali for 4 days. Oh. And he wants to give his perspective. So let's bounce out of this for the time being here. And I really want to hear what Cosmic Toast Jay has to say. So let's get into it, friends. Cosmic Toast, let's hear your side of the story. Oh, no. Cosmic Toast. Jay, are you there? Boy, that was disappointing.
I could sit here and make up a story about how I spent 4 days with Añjali.
I don't think we want to go there.
There was ice fishing.
I'm gonna get jealous.
Ice fishing, some plain spots, some
weather. I'm putting in the private chat. Yeah, come tell your story. We're waiting.
I think that you can go into and press the little speaker thing there, or the settings, and then go ahead and choose your input, and then choose the proper microphone. I think that's probably what it is.
He says he's
Settings,
here.
audio, and then you'll
Yeah.
have a little drop down for mic.
Yeah, he
Learning
needs to
technology.
maybe adjust his
'Cause it does that to me once in a while.
settings. Adjust his settings, I suppose. So yeah, it was kind of weird to listen to her original story again after all this time, right? Like, what a fantastical story, but it kind of fell apart right before our eyes. You know, nothing that she said happened according to other people that were present at the event.
No, it
Where she
didn't
says
look
all this
very
happened.
professional. I mean, at least give her a microphone. I mean, you're outside, and you know, Steven, when you play music outside, it's a lot different than when you're indoors. You know,
Yeah,
you need a lot
anything
more
could
boost.
happen.
Yeah, a lot more, but you need a lot more push too to have people hear you properly too.
Yeah, that whole thing felt like really weird to me. Even when I originally saw it, I thought this is weird because it felt like some kind of construct that went not very good. You know, like they had an
Añjali
idea,
is
like
in the
let's do
chat.
this. Okay, well, she's welcome to come back on the show. She's got
She's
the link.
chatting under a different account called William K, or at least I think it is her. She's implying that
yeah.
Brian is intimidated by you, and that's why he's recanting the Añjali version of events.
He got intimidated by me?
That's what she's saying.
No offense, but
You
listen.
heard it here first, folks.
History of cancer recently or not, he looks like a big construction dude that could beat the shit out of me. Why would he be intimidated by me? That's nonsense.
Who said that shit? I'm missing something.
Somebody in the live chat.
There's
probably
she has a Twitter.
Yeah, but-
apparently she has a Twitter thread. That's what this person's quoting.
No, this William
Oh,
K
okay,
is
we'll
saying
go
her
check
supporters
in.
are coming out of the woodwork, so it's not her, and I recognize that name too. So that's not William K is not her.
Yeah, I misread it. It's okay.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. Well, still, that's fine that there's still some support for her in the live chat. We welcome all perspectives here.
Right.
But yeah, Mr. Catfish says Añjali needs to get back on and explain this to everyone. I mean, if it's her story, why is it all coming crashing down? And now I'm suddenly the bad guy because I followed the leads. And I got to tell you, nobody can listen to the interview that I did with her previously and say I wasn't fair to her.
Right.
But here comes Brian, and he's got a completely different version of events that, no offense, but Brian's version of events blows her whole story to shit. I was too polite to say that, because I knew she was still coming here trying to be fair. But in fairness, Brian's part of the story blows her entire narrative to shit. And I'm the bad guy because I want to press her on those things that we now know to be facts about that evening.
How dare you?
I know.
Yeah,
I'm the asshole. I'm always the asshole somehow. But
Truth. Yeah.
I feel like I
Came
did
in
the
today
right thing.
completely combative from the beginning. Like within 1 minute, she's already going, check your messages. No, I said this. It's just like, whoa there. Like,
Yeah, she posted.
she wants to talk about tone, right? Like, she started off with a pretty
She
pissed off
posted
tone
on
from
Twitter.
the get-go. Like, is that
She
any
posted
wonder
on-
it
I'm
escalated
sorry,
between the two
All right,
of you?
we'll check-
Because
we'll check in
she
with
didn't
her.
bring a
We'll
very
check in.
calm energy to the conversation to begin with.
She's posting on Twitter right now.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, good for her.
She says that.
she chose to
Oh,
leave.
listen, oh
She chose
yeah.
to leave
Oh,
with
we're
this
gonna
person.
share this. Oh, we're gonna share
I'll
this
post
because
the link.
she is lying on me right now. Come on, honey. Don't be lying on Twitter. You're lying.
Yeah.
This is straight lying now. Jesus, lady.
Don't need fair use
Oh
for that.
no!
Stephen Cambian did not want me on Truthseekers to answer questions and discuss discrepancies between my recollection and Wayne's. Yeah, that's why I booked you to
Duh.
discuss and answer questions about discrepancies between your recollection and Wayne's.
Right.
It's clear.
He
After
didn't
just-
disconnect you.
After
I'm
just
sorry.
10 minutes, Stephen leaned towards his screen and began actually yelling at me. For this reason, I left and will not return to his show. So there we go. She's a control freak. She couldn't take that loss of control. That's my opinion, and I'm entitled to it. So
I agree.
there we have it, friends. I'm the bad guy. when in doubt, blame the interviewer for pushing you and asking hard questions. I'm never going to apologize.
Put you on the back foot from the beginning, man. To be honest,
she did. She came out very aggressively from the very beginning, and I just want to also mention that she kind of, what did she do there? She implied that I said I already had the messages before she sent them to me. That never happened. I will publish our entire Twitter DM history. I never said I already have all these messages. It's okay for you to share private communications between Brian, his wife, and you. From
her
this
antagonism from the beginning was a complete lie.
Exactly.
So her intention coming on the show does not seem good in light of that.
No, because she's sending me private messages that she doesn't have a legal right to share without both parties' consent. Near as I can tell from a quick reading of how that legal stuff works, she has no right to share private communications between her and Brian and his wife. And, she doesn't, I don't think she has the right to share those without his consent. And at that, it happened a half hour before the show. I didn't know if he consented. I didn't have time to call him and figure this out. So here we are. It's like she tried to put me off kilter right from the very start of it. And then she came out all guns blazing and I'm the bad guy here.
I think that almost.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I was just going to say, after we consult with our lawyers about this, if they say it's okay, I'll release everything myself.
There you go.
I have the copies. I made damn sure to download. I made damn sure to download everything that she sent me. I didn't have time to review it all, and again, I have to apologize. But here's the thing: is like I wanted to make sure I get it because I had a feeling tonight might go like this, and she's going to restrict the access to that. She probably already did. And there was one other thing that she was going to send me, which was I don't know, something else that she said. I'll have to check in. She said, "You're so mean. Why did I even try? Leave me alone. You didn't even want to hear from me. I'm not your effing punching bag." Well, you're welcome to come here and we'll be respectful and try to hash this out. The door's open. You got the link. I'll say, you know what? I'm going to send it to her again. The door's open. She's got the link. If she can come on here and tell her side, we'll be respectful. We'll be kind to her. I won't raise my voice even. I give you my word, and my word is my bond. I apologize if things got heated. I apologize if I raised my voice to you or you felt disrespected. You have my sincere apology. I'm sorry for that. It wasn't the way that I wanted it to go. So if you'd like to come back, I'm going to send the link to you right now again. And you can come here and we'll do it any way you want. I'll throw everybody else off and we'll continue just you and me.
Oh, no.
Or you can sit here with everybody and have a conversation.
I can come back with all of us now.
Yeah, well, I sent her the link, so that's all I can do.
I'm kidding. You can. I'm just bullshitting.
Can throw you guys out of here.
I'm totally bullshitting. I'm sorry, Añjali. Right, you're having a bad day, obviously.
Don't you think it would be beneficial if she did have a conversation with Brian? I think so. I think it would be beneficial.
Good.
What's that?
I think it would be beneficial if she came on and just had a conversation with you.
It would help.
It might lead to some greater understanding instead of. Here's what's going to happen. It's going to be, I'm the bad guy. Brian and his wife are lying about their version of events. That's what she's going to try to spin this, or she can come here and we'll hash it out right now. And she cannot waste months of her life.
Let's just have a nice conversation. That's my message to you right now, Añjali.
Yeah.
Accept Steve's invitation right now and let's just talk it out. It's not a big deal. But, we're all in a circle here now. I mean, just start over. Take a couple of deep breaths, and Steve.
And I apologize. I apologize if things got heated. I'll even offer. Look, we got a very experienced other show host here in the form of Rich from Goof On. I'll bow out and let him do the rest of the stream if he's willing to referee between you two and have a talk. Now Rich is like, oh shit, put me on the spot, Steve Cambian.
I'll do it. For the greater good. For the greater good.
And honestly, Rich has been, I got to say this. Rich from Goof On is usually he tears people to shreds sometimes if he thinks they're full of shit. He has been I've seen him on these different panels with her and stuff. He has been very, very nice to her. So if you think I'm the asshole and I'm the problem, I just want the story. I'll bail out of here and let Rich finish this with you and Brian Wayne here. And you can do that. The invitation is open. We're not the ones running away with our tail between our legs here. I mean, I'm not. Like, I just want to get the story, the truth of the story. That's all I've ever wanted. I've followed it since it started. So,
okay, in 19 hours, now 20 hours, she goes ahead and she goes from, I look forward to it as well, meaning the interview with you. And then she goes ahead and 37 minutes ago, she goes, I will not be on any show where the host berates and yells at me. Who would willingly subject themselves to that? Now, that's it. You're checking out her claims, and obviously that's something that she didn't want to speak about. So, and I think that it's right to say that you did get a little bit heated. I'm not going to say that you didn't, but she was
but I apologize for that. I sincerely do. I sincerely apologize. I shouldn't have raised my voice. I shouldn't have got so passionate so early. I should have saved that for later in the interview, maybe. If because it's it wasn't my intention to interview her for 10 minutes and only hear some weird excuses. To me, all she did for the whole time is make excuses, and I don't know. And she's saying I'm not your effing punching bag. I didn't mean to be unkind, so I apologize.
Wow, man, you can't raise your voice to anybody or say anything about anybody without it being the worst thing you've ever done.
Cosmic Toast is back. Can we hear you now?
Hello.
Yep.
Hey.
Hello. There we go. So you've got a story to tell here, right? I wanted to hear this. Yeah, I can. We can hear you. Why don't you just go ahead while the connection's still working? Tell us your story involving Añjali.
I'm gonna back out then.
Why are you gonna back out?
Hear you.
You can't hear me?
Yeah, I think there's a delay.
Okay. Well, I apologize for not being able to bring everybody that part of the story.
Do it on the show.
Yeah. I could do a whole show with you then. We'll talk about your side of the story. Sounds interesting to me.
4 days with her. Whew. Hey, Wayne, or Brian, how many days did you spend with her in total?
With Añjali?
Yes.
Not days at all. Maybe 8 hours.
Okay.
Maybe 9.5 if you want to count the coffee shop.
Well, so all this came from 1 8-hour period.
Probably 8 hours. Maybe 8 to 10 hours period.
Okay, at what point did the ambulance come for her to check her out? I mean, during that 8 or 9 hours.
About sunset, and that would have been about. I think that call was like around 4 or 5 o'clock or something. I believe. I know it was still light out. It wasn't totally dark, but I know it was getting there.
What did they do with her? I mean, did they say, okay, Brian, can you please take care of her and make sure that she gets home? Did they leave, or did the paramedics say?
She was fine. It was just it was cannabis. It was too much cannabis is what they came up with.
So, given time, it's going to wear off, right?
Exactly. Yeah. So they cut her loose, and the sheriffs left. They left, and that was that. And then
she floated away.
Hey, Rich.
Yeah.
Hey, Rich. I'll bet you $100 I know where she's going next to tell her side of the story.
Oh, you better not say that.
That bottom-feeding piece of shit is going to suck off my story, you bottom-feeding piece of shit. Loser. Yeah,
that's it.
I know where she's going to go tell her story now.
100%.
Yeah.
Damn.
And you know what? I'm not going to say anything now. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
I wish that she would. And I'm sorry if I got too heated too early, but she came out to me. She was like all guns blazing right from the beginning, accused me of shit. And I got kind of frazzled. She, and
Yeah, that was
and
her
hey,
intent, though.
in
That's the
my defense, you got to remember that I'm interviewing a former PSYOP intelligence officer from the United States government
Right.
whose job it was to deceive people. She said that herself. So I have, I'm sorry if I got, if I lost my temper or if I didn't do what I should have.
There's
I'm
so
not a
many
Listen, I'm not a trained journalist. They'll put any monkey in the world up here on YouTube. You don't have to have any college or any shit about how to interview people. They just go, you want a show? Are you good at getting people to pay attention? Here you go. and there's no training to this shit. I'm just flying by the seat of my pants. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Suddenly, dude, I went from a little podcast nobody ever heard of, nobody ever listened to in audio land, to suddenly there's 400 people watching you and are so interested in what's going on here. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Nobody trained me for this shit. I don't have college. I'm not a journalist. I'm doing the best that I can here. That's all I can do. In full, look, I'm trying to be humble here and say, I'm sorry. I think people are going to be pissed off at me that she jumped off too early.
I think she got the reaction out of you that she wanted, and then she dipped when she got what she wanted.
Does anybody notice the parallels between her and Lou? I mean, what is this with the government agents? You can't get anything out of these people. And she still, to this day, she stands her ground and she says, I never misdirected anybody. What do you mean?
Yeah,
what are you talking about?
She lied about the original Wayne that we were sure. Me, Charlie Weiser, there was probably, first it was, I have to say, it was Charlie Weiser and, me, we're looking for her. And then we have another researcher. So, all these people are looking for Wayne, which we now know to be, Brian. But she did mislead us all into thinking that we had the right person. This is exactly what a counterintelligence officer would do. Throw people off the scent and, and I'm not qualified to go head to head with some CIA trained, or what is it, DIA? She was DIA, right?
Yeah, DOD.
DOD. I'm not qualified to, do spy games trying to get to the truth with this person that has all this training and misdirection and manipulation of the media. And she is.
You know what, Steven?
She's a freaking intelligence officer, and I got a barb with that. It's not my fault.
You guys brought up Charlie Weiser quite often here, and I know that people have been asking what's the situation with Charlie Weiser and what association does he have with this, or is there any? What relation to this?
Charlie is one of the main reachers that has been digging into her story since the very, very beginning, and has.
I thought there was a lawsuit or something or pending or whatever. Okay, could you speak about that? Is it possible?
All I know is she's threatening to sue Charlie Weiser, and I'm not sure for what or why or.
That would not be a wise decision.
Threatening to sue Charlie Weiser for I don't know exactly what, and. Because Charlie Weiser has been covering the story quite critically of Añjali, I have to say, but yeah.
Yeah, I just wondered what that was myself too. I mean, and I realized that Charlie Weiser was doing research on this and stuff, and I just didn't know what the law side of it was. I had no real idea what was going on with that, and people were asking just the same.
Yeah, and there's a lot of inconsistencies Charlie Weiser has pointed out. How can she possibly know that all the details of her current story are accurate if she forgot the original memory? And then she's also been involved in this hypnotherapy with Barbara Lamb, like a hypno-regression sort of procedure to try to remember more, so that would alter memory as well.
Yeah, somebody had said that the Men in Black erased Brian's memory.
That little stick.
God, yeah, Brian.
Last thing I remember was a bright flash. That was it.
That was good.
Yeah, and according to Añjali, Brian and his wife, the beings had hidden the tunnel's location from their minds. So that's what happened. Brian, you got mind wiped, according to Añjali.
I got what?
You got mind wiped, like the aliens wiped the location of the tunnel on your property from your memory.
Well, that's well, okay. She told me that. She did tell me that, and then she told me that that the beings told her that it was time for me to remember, and I should be remembered any time.
What is that? What she did? She tried to convince you yourself that you just didn't remember it. Is that what she did?
Yeah,
she
said that. She said
That's
both
incredible.
my wife and I, we just don't remember, and it's time for us to remember. And the beings told her that we can go ahead and remember now.
So right, let's try this one more time.
Gaslighting.
Cosmic Toast Jay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep,
yes. Please tell us your story while it's working.
Hey, Brian, I actually messaged you on Instagram, I think around December, November. I don't know if you remember that.
I do remember that.
Yeah. Yeah, you completely denied the whole story of Añjali.
I did, of course I did, because I didn't want anybody to find me. But yeah, you were pretty hot on our trail, so I denied everything, of course.
Gotcha. Hey, so like I said, I was with Añjali for about 4 days, and I went there to go see her just to see if what she was saying was true. And I was paying attention to subtle details like, where her eyes is going when she's talking about the beings and her experience, her posture, her body language, everything, right? And after talking to her for 4 days about it, there seems to be a very genuine experience there. Or it seems like she really believes that she saw beings, and I honestly just after hanging out with her, it seems like true.
He's breaking up.
The aliens are getting the transmission.
I confronted her. I asked her, hey, do you think your experience that it's all, something that you've experienced in your head, or was it a physical experience? And she says it's a physical experience, and she doesn't deny it.
Okay.
What I'm trying to figure out is if this is all fake, what's the goal at the end of the day? What is she trying to do? What is she trying to get out of it? She hasn't gotten any money from it.
Well, she got $700 just from the press conference video so far, approximately, from YouTube.
Is that from her channel or something?
Is that a hard figure? Like, how do you know it's $700?
Well, it's just a rough estimate of a 60,000 view monetized video, right? And actually, you're right. That might be inaccurate because it's on TT Productions channel, which was, I guess, the production company that was going to be making a documentary about her.
Oh, so they earn all the revenue from that video.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to find if she has her own channel I believe it's mirrored on her own channel. So we can check if it's monetized or on her own channel. It may be that this TT Productions is profiting from it. And she is not, in full disclosure. But somebody is making money off the story so far.
Yeah, but
Charlie Weiser in the chat says that presser is not on her YouTube channel.
Okay, so the press conference is not on her YouTube channel. It's on this TT Productions YouTube channel, which I believe was the video guy she hired to tape it all. And there was also, at some point, there were some plans to do, this TT Productions was doing a documentary, but I don't know what happened with that.
So let me ask you a question, Jay.
What's up?
When you were with her for 4 days, is she in a healthy state of mind?
Yes, she is. The thing is, her GBS has her I don't know if I should state this because I mean it's not everybody else's business, but
No, yeah,
let's
don't
just
share
say-
any medical information
No, that's
on
fine.
her that you're
Okay.
aware of. Please don't do that.
It's a yes or
let's
no.
just say
Yes or no.
that. Yeah. Let's just say that she can walk, but max is about maybe 7 minutes at a time, and then she has to sit down.
I'm sorry. I hope she gets better.
Yeah, I'm sorry she's in poor health.
Yeah. So, yeah, she was on a wheelchair. And if she didn't want
How
to be on a
recently is
wheelchair,
this?
she always had a seat. This was maybe a few weeks ago. I would say she. I will say about a week or a month ago. Sorry, it was about a month ago. I actually went from California to the East Coast, because I was moving from the California, to New York. And on my way, I saw Jeremy McGowan in Las Vegas, and then I saw Añjali in South Dakota.
Oh, that sounds like a fun trip.
Yeah.
So now you're in New
yeah.
York.
Yeah, I'm in New York right now.
Mark Tarana is in the live chat, and he's asked a couple of questions about the ambulance and the wellness check that was performed on Añjali. Apparently she texted her daughter where she was going, and then her daughter became concerned and sent police and ambulance to do a wellness check on her at Brian's property. And we detailed some of that information. So apparently she had his address, sent it to her daughter. Her daughter became concerned and contacted the authorities. And then, correct me if I'm wrong, Brian, an ambulance and a sheriff arrived to do a wellness check on her at your property.
Yes. Oh, and we had no idea that was occurring until they pulled up.
Yeah. So just to clarify that part of the story. But one might ask themselves what history she has if her daughter feels compelled or concerned enough to send police to go out looking for her someplace.
Right.
Right? It's just a bizarre part of the story.
Mm-hmm. Very bizarre.
Can we also
we're disinformation agents. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Why is the story even? Why doesn't it? Why is she saying that? You know, there's beings, there's a tunnel. She has a message, but then she says that she's got daily communication with, and not only the lavender being or the meth.
Yeah, she claims to have daily communication with extraterrestrials, but yet, you know, I'm no expert, but I would think that if you're about to share a bunch of fake photos on Twitter and ruin your reputation, the aliens that she talks to every day would intervene, right? And say, hey, that's fake. That's not real. Or, you know, it's just,
or stop harassing these couple and this guy that's fighting cancer. And what are you doing that to them for? Like, why, you know what I'm saying? Like, why would they allow this shit?
Now, Brian, can you give a gauge on how long it was before you noticed that she was doing this stuff and that she actually was? I mean, is there any gauge in your mind of how long this went on that you didn't even know that she was doing this stuff?
3 years.
Wow. Oh, my Lord. Jeez. Wow. I didn't know it was that long. I thought maybe a year, but oh, my God.
This is the 4th year. 3 years. 3 years was last August before the press conference.
Right. So when she did the press conference, that was what she was speaking about, your ranch or whatever it might be.
Right. And you know, and with that being said, you know, people have all these questions about, you know, if it's real or not. If it's real, if there's a question there, here's this question. If it was so real and so amazing, and then why wasn't it discussed the next day when she came and got her car?
Yeah, why would she wait 3 years to suddenly contact him back again about this world-changing? If this experience of hers is genuine,
why didn't we walk back up into the cave when she came back to get her car?
Yeah,
You know
but
what
it would be a paradigm shifting, life changing event. You couldn't just shut up about it
I
and
think
run
her,
away for 3 years and then
yeah,
come
I think
back
her
and say,
excuse was and I know she mentioned it in her Twitter there, that she didn't want to tell anybody. She didn't really want to tell anybody, and I'm wondering if that's actually what she was speaking about, Brian's case here. You know, that she didn't really want to tell anybody, and for whatever reason, I think some people were asking, why are you telling us now, 3 years later, or such a time later?
yeah, a lot
I
of great
think,
questions in the chat.
didn't she say the aliens didn't want it wasn't time yet or something?
Yeah, there was something along those lines. Yeah. I don't know if I could ever find the post, but
Yeah.
yeah, she
Yeah,
did
she
mention
said
something like
something
that.
along the lines
CC is saying, Truth Seekers, follow up with the trip to Wayne's Mountain. We're going to do that. Even if I can't physically get there, we've got a new West Coast correspondent that's going to go there and give us the skinny on this. Like, this is if he allows us to.
I'll go there.
Tell him don't forget his bag of money now.
I'm gonna do some remote viewing.
All right, yeah. By the way, I'm going to send our new West Coast correspondent to to his home and all, but we're going to need a trash bag full of money. So get those super chats rolling. You know, this shit ain't free, bro.
That's right.
Hey, I gotta get going, Steven.
Okay, all right.
Thanks
good.
for having me on. Nice meeting you, Brian.
Nice
Yeah.
meeting you as well.
Thanks,
All right.
everybody.
Right on.
Good luck.
Hey, thanks, Rich.
All right. And just to clarify, I wanted to mention that, yes, so somebody made money off that Añjali press conference. And I don't know, for all we know, that was the deal, that he got the rights to put that on YouTube and earn the ad revenue in exchange for doing it. I don't know. But it's off of her YouTube, and it's only available on his YouTube, and there's ads on it. So that's the facts. I don't know.
Well, isn't that always their game? Their game is like, I'm not making any money off of this, and they don't ever mention the shit that's underneath the table there.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
they never mention that. And,
Yeah.
and that's unfortunate, Brian. I hate to keep coming back to this, but it's not only scary knowing that this lady was doing this and people were hunting you down. I mean, and look at, apparently Jay had found you, you know, or was hot on the trail. You know, I mean, that's scary. I think so, personally.
It was really scary. As a matter of fact, well, Jay, you were right here in 29, real close, yeah, we were really I was.
And let me just paint a picture for the audience as well, because this is very important. It wasn't just one person that was looking for so-called Wayne, Añjali's Wayne, right? It wasn't one person, and that's who we now know to be Brian and his wife. There was people all over the internet looking for this couple and the mountain with the aliens on it. So he was trying to deflect, right? I don't want to. Yes. You tell your side of the story. So you're trying to deflect and stop people from finding you.
Any way I could, yes. It was very nerve-wracking every damn day. I mean, imagine that position. Would anybody want that position on somebody's story that you don't even get to be really part of? You know what I mean? You just better know that you just don't remember yet. You know, all of a sudden somebody comes into your life and says, "Hey, man." Go ahead.
You know what's so odd is that she doesn't think bad of you, Brian. She actually appreciates you as for who you are.
Go ahead.
She says that she thinks of you as, a good friend, a good person. And so for her to create all this, this drama, if it isn't real, I'm still asking, what's the goal at the end of the day? What is she trying to do?
I really couldn't tell you that. Why is it just
you? Why couldn't it have been someone else?
I really couldn't tell you that, Jay. I wish I knew that answer, to be honest with you. I don't know how to answer that. I wish I could.
Brian, I realize that you're speaking with lawyers and stuff like that, and now that brings to mind, what's the penalty or the repercussions to her inviting people to go look for you, you know, and apparently some people had found you, provably so. And here you have the evidence that she was there. I would imagine. I mean, with the ambulance and stuff, she was there at that point at some point. So she can't just say that. Oh, I don't know this guy. I never knew this guy, and stuff like that. What is the legal repercussions? I mean, I don't want you to speak anything that you can't or
I
don't want.
really can't disclose
Yeah,
all
we
that.
should we should not get into that here
Okay.
for the purposes.
We're
But this is interesting. Jesse Peak from MUFON Phi says she's in a new documentary coming out by TT Productions. So, you know, I'd be curious to see if she did that for free or if she was paid for that appearance in a documentary. And I'm also aware that I don't, again, this is just opinion and speculation, but she did Whitley Strieber's show and they did half of it in public and then a big pitch come behind the paywall to hear the second half. So I don't know if she made money from that or if she just let Whitley Strieber keep the money, but people are making money off of this story. And in full disclosure, including me, because I've covered this and people send me super chats for covering it or they send PayPal donations for covering this story or for interviewing her. So it's important for people to realize there's money. People are making money, even me, on this story.
Right. So Stephen.
So for her to suggest that she's not, is everybody else is being bottom feeders and making money off of her story? She's not making any money? I'd like clarification on that. Is she getting paid to be in this new documentary coming out by TT Productions? You know, who knows? Did she get paid for the Whitley Strieber deal? These are some of the questions I was going to ask her tonight, but she's not here.
Hey, Jay, if you could speak up a little bit, that would be cool.
And conclude this because.
Go ahead.
We got to hear her side of the story. Because there's a lot of people that have been following this story, and we just want to conclude this. We want to know, we want to hear her side of the story. We want to hear Ryan's side of the story after she, says what she needs to say. I want conclusion. I want the truth behind it. All right. Is there any way we can bring it back up?
Is it not fair to say that Añjali's had like a bazillion interviews and Brian's had 2? I think we've heard most of what she has to say.
Good point.
Like, what more is there to add at this point?
And this wouldn't have been an interview if she had been here to answer the questions tonight. Brian, he wouldn't be here tonight.
Well, see, but her whole preface to this was so long as nobody else is there, and so long as apparently Brian isn't there to counter her claims. I mean that in itself. I mean, why wouldn't she invite to say, hey, I would love to have Brian here too as well. I mean, that just screams to me that she's doing something that she shouldn't be doing. That's what that tells me.
Hey, Jay, how exactly did you find yourself spending 4 days with her? Like, how did you get there? Because that's I'm just trying to understand how
you could actually check my Twitter if you want evidence.
I don't really use
being
Twitter.
With her. Yeah, but I have a photo with me and her in her house on my Twitter.
Okay, but how did you like hook up and get there? Is my question.
Right. Let me get to it. So let me provide you with the evidence, and then I'll tell you the story. So look up the handle. It's J88. And then the story is, I was in Reddit, reading her story for the first time, and I left my opinions on the story, and she had mentioned that she was sick, and I felt like I should reach out to her to make sure that she's doing well. This is after a few days of reading the story, and I kept on checking on her because I felt like there was some sort of connection between me and her. I've never met her in person. So after reaching out to her, she said that she felt some sort of connection towards me as well, and offered me her phone number. And ever since then, we texted, had video calls, and stuff like that. So this has been going on for about 9 to 10 months. And so we built a friendship, and I ended up hanging out with her, and yeah.
No,
At any point in
looking
those
at-
9 months, do you feel like you've been manipulated at all?
No, I don't think so, because her message about humanity and how we should treat each other definitely resonated with me. I felt like she had a lot of good things to say in terms of that. Whether her experience or not was real at the time, I didn't know. I was a big skeptic about it, and it was until I met her at her home where I said, and now I can believe that I truly have experience.
Yeah,
Objective,
maybe meeting her in person personalized
physical
it for you.
experience that's only in her own mind.
Can I ask you a question, Jay?
Charlie Weiser is here in live chat, and I want to acknowledge and thank her and all of her work on this story. And she says Añjali has lied to Jay about me. That's called manipulation. So do you feel that you were manipulated by her at all, Jay? Because quite honestly, for the first time tonight, I'm being honest that I think she has certainly manipulated me in various ways to get whatever she wanted, positive coverage, publicity. And by the way, I'm a big boy. I could take it. I'm not saying that I'm a victim here, but I would certainly say that my impression of her is that she has been very manipulative of me to get her story told the way that she wants it told.
Yeah, I looked up it's J88 and I couldn't find it on Twitter. I looked up Cosmic Q Toast on Twitter and it's got like 6 tweets and nothing related. So if you could direct us to your Twitter, that might be cool because people are asking about it.
There's a private chat you can post it in.
You can post it in the J88.
ITSJ88.
Wait a minute. ITSJ88?
Yes.
All right. An observer and believer in chaos. I think I got you.
Hey, Brian, can I ask you a question real quick?
Sure.
I don't say.
I think I remember hearing Añjali tell this story. I think
I'm gonna leave it in
your
the chat.
show.
Okay.
I think it was on your show, Stephen.
Hey, Jay.
She was at that coffee shop
He's
for
still there. Is he leaving?
for an
Wanted to ask
autograph or selling books or something like that. Does that sound familiar?
I'm still here.
Oh no, it wasn't anything like that in the coffee shop.
Do you remember that, Stephen? Saying something about she was there for book signing or something like that.
Yeah, she said she was in the coffee shop to sign books for her fiction book release.
There was no books, and I would
So
have known.
I just remembered that.
Yeah, so even that's a little detail, but little details matter. And maybe those little details were added to the story to provide, a richness of context or something, but that didn't happen. She wasn't there signing her books. She wasn't there to promote her books. She was just there in the coffee house.
So Brian, you had a question for Jay. What might that be?
My question is: Jay still here? Or did
He's
he
got
leave?
a bit of a
little
bad
delayed.
connection. He's got a terrible connection. Spotty at best.
My question to Jay is: he's questioning my integrity of my story. So my question to you is: do you think that I would come out after all this time to say my story to lie? What would I have to gain about lying at this point? That's my question to you. I mean, if you're questioning.
Oh, he bounced out.
Yeah,
I didn't get. Listen,
He might be back.
He's going to pull another Añjali. That's fine.
Yeah, you know what?
These
You know what?
people
I
are
did
funny.
notice.
You give them a question and they bounce out because they can't fucking handle the truth. Number one. Number two, they can't take any criticism. So don't say anything wrong.
You know that account the other day in the chat.
he's-
I had to
he's
delete
back,
a lot of her
but he
stuff.
must have a bad connection.
I can't find it's 28. It's got I don't want to say no names.
Yeah, I can't
if
find
you
it
can, you didn't even link in the chat. I'm questioning whether this guy's legit or not. I'm sorry about
Well,
that.
I'm looking at his Twitter, but I don't see all these things. That
This
he's
is Añjali's buddy, by the way.
He posted it in the private chat here.
Yeah, I know. Oh, did he? Okay. Let me see if I can find it.
C8. Oh, okay.
Hello. Yeah.
No, he said S. But okay.
No,
Did you hear my
I
question,
didn't say this.
There you go.
No, I didn't get to hear your question, Brian.
My question to you is, after all this time of me coming out, after all this time, I finally came out to speak to defend my life and my wife's life.
Right.
Why would you think that I would come out and lie about anything? What would I have to gain to lie?
I put the link in the chat.
Yeah, I don't know, Brian. I'm not dismissing what you're saying at all. The thing is, I don't understand why Añjali truly believes her experience happened, and why is it? What's the end goal? Is my question. I don't understand.
Have you ever heard of hallucinations?
Yeah. Have you known she's on 5? I believe it was 5 different drugs at the time that she had these experiences. You don't think that might have played some part in her reality shifting experience?
No, I'm pretty sure it has. Actually, her condition now, it seems like she kind of still.
Okay, and here she is on Twitter. Here she is on Twitter. Here she is on Twitter.
Let me just say this really quick, Stephen.
Sure.
We know that NDEs cause a DMT release, which allows you to see things. Whether or not that is, the other side of, our life experience, I don't know. But she has had a DMT release before, and so she is able to tap into this other sort of experience.
All right, and here she is on.
Have you independently verified that she can do that?
What do you mean? Give me an example, please.
Well, proof. She can tell. I mean, I can tell you that I can levitate this box of grapes that I have, but you don't know whether I can do it or not. Plot twist: I can't do it, but you get my point.
Well, I mean,
she's telling you she has this connection,
like
but you can't verify that that's real.
No, I can't verify if it's real because I've never had a DMT release. I've never done ayahuasca. I've never done any sort of hallucination.
Well, why don't we do some hallucinations together, and then let's take a walk, and maybe we'll see some.
Oh
hey,
no!
I'd be totally down.
Brian's a fun guy. I'm going to California this summer. Listen, I wanted to mention this, and this is the spin, right? This is the spin. This woman that's in contact with all these super advanced extraterrestrial aliens is going to save Earth and everything. Stephen Cambian did not want me on Truthseekers to answer questions and discuss discrepancies between my recollection and Wayne's. It's clear. After just 10 minutes, Steve leaned towards the screen and began actually yelling at me. For this reason, I left and I will not return to his show. I've apologized. You know what? I gave her exactly what she wanted. I gave her an out. So I gave her the out. Now she could just make up excuses for why she can't answer any of these hard questions. She can run to a friendlier show that's just going to let her tell her side and not press her when she needs to be pressed. We're talking about a woman that was on 4 or 5 different drugs at the time of her apparent alien experiences. I believe questioning her is both valid and material to the story. And while I apologize for my tone of voice and raising my voice or her perception that I was being unkind, I apologize for that. I don't apologize for being willing to ask the tough questions to her. Now she's going to go on some UFO circle jerk tour for friendly people that aren't going to press her and aren't going to challenge her. That's what I think is going to happen. And there we have it.
I like it.
I'm kind of pissed off at myself now because I gave her the out. I gave her that out. I shouldn't have done that. I regret doing that, and I apologize for doing that. It would have been much better for me to remain calm. She's welcome to come back. She's got the link. I've sent it to her. I've sent it to her once. I'll send it to her one more time.
Yeah, Añjali, if you're hearing me, please come back on the show. And Stephen, it was kind of unfair because you were treating your guest kind of harsh. You were yelling at your guest. Actually,
She was also being combative, dude. It's like it
I
takes two to
understand,
tango
but-
there. That's not all pins.
Yeah,
on
and I didn't see that in the chat the other day there, Cosmic Dose. I didn't see that. I just imagined that stuff that I had to remove. Comments by you. I just imagined that, right? Yeah, okay. I don't.
Imagine what? What are you talking about?
Your
be very
comments I had to
specific.
remove. I don't trust you, man. I'll tell you that right now.
You don't have to. I don't care if you trust me.
Yeah, let's try to remain civil, though, guys. We're all interested in the story.
Right.
But what I will say is this: is that I'm kind of pissed off at myself now that I think about it, because now I gave her this out, and she's going to use that. Oh, he was rude. He raised his voice. She was raising her voice, I think, before me. But I'm going to have to watch the replay. And
she was.
So it takes two to tango, and I apologize. The door's open here. We're calm. I promise. I give her my word as my bond. I will be polite and I won't raise my voice if she wants to come back, explain her side of the story. Otherwise it'll be 50-50. Half the people will vilify me for raising my voice. The other half will say she ran because she could not withstand real questioning. So that's where we're probably at.
She was in the military, right? And she got yelled at. And she was a counterintelligence officer. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but in her defense, she may be in frail health and
she's definitely she's very frail right now.
Right, I forgot.
That's why I'm saying, like, when you're talking to her, just keep your tone of voice. Look, this is your show, right? I mean, I'm asking to just be.
Yeah, and it's not generally my. I feel that what I did was a mistake, and I acknowledge that mistake. I shouldn't have raised my voice. I shouldn't have got so heated. At least not that early. Yeah. I should have waited till the end to get pissed off if I was going to get pissed off at all. But listen,
she should have had some cannabis oil first, and then it would have been probably a little better. Like a little cannabis something before the show. Helps the nerves, helps to calm nerves. She was very shaky. She was upset.
Hey, Jay, I have a question. Did Añjali ask you to come on this panel tonight?
No. We actually are not talking right now. I told her that
plot twist.
That I figured out her plan or whatever, and that I wish you the best. So we're not talking right now. She told me not to message her again. The only reason I'm here is because I want the truth. I just want the truth, and I'm tired of following a story that could potentially be bullshit. I just want to know the truth.
Well, why don't you take it from me?
Agree on that.
How come you're not taking it from me, Jay?
Because I haven't spoken to you for the past 10 months. I don't know who you are, but like I said, I'm not dismissing.
We're speaking right now in front of a whole bunch of people. We're talking at this moment.
Jay, how did you originally find? Well, what she called Wayne. How did you originally find? Did she tell you? I mean,
Thank you for that one. Yeah, how did you find me?
No, I was looking around myself.
Really? And how did you do that? Can you elaborate? Because I'm looking at your post right here in Twitter, and you were there with her all along, and since August 25th of 21.
Yeah.
Okay, when did you say you stayed with her for 3 days?
I'll just say that I did do a lot of research on Wayne, aka Brian Blackwell, and I found him and I messaged him because I really wanted to know if the story was bullshit or not. And since he denied it, I couldn't figure out if the story was true.
So how many Waynes did you message and ask? How many? I mean, how many? Did you just get lucky in the first one that you hit, or did Añjali tell you? I mean, think of that. Did Añjali tell you? Answer that question.
No, she didn't.
Well, it's kind of ironic. The first thing you said to me was, "Are you a friend of Añjali's?"
Yeah.
First thing you said to me. So that's kind of interesting.
Did she give you Brian's number?
And also, let me ask this. Hold on a second. and also Añjali knew that you were messaging me because I called her immediately and ripped her ass when you called me. So, and
Yeah, so
she said that she knew that you knew who I was because she told you. So right now you're not being truthful.
See, that's what I mean. That's what I mean.
This is
so you want the truth, but you're not being truthful.
Right. Another
Añjali.
Añjali.
But you're demanding the truth, but you're not being truthful. That pisses me off, man.
No, but this is after the fact. I messaged you, and then when she got pissed off, she told me not to message you again.
How did you get Brian's number to begin with? Did Añjali give it to you?
Yeah, that was my cell phone. How do you get that?
Yeah. You find that on the internet, did you? Yeah, right. Okay. Sure. I don't believe you, man.
It was your Instagram. What the hell are you talking about?
Well,
I can send you guys the fucking messages on Instagram. I'll send you everything.
Sure. And, just to be clear, too, is, maybe you were manipulated a little bit or helped along to find your goal, right? I mean, I don't know here, but in my experience is that...
Let me just say that I'm not here to say that Brian is wrong or lying. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that she is wrong or lying. I'm just saying I want the fucking truth. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, here's the fucking truth. The fucking truth is there's no motherfucking mountains. There's no tunnels on my mountain. And there's no fucking aliens on my mountain either. There's the fucking truth.
Okay, so why did you agree to the expedition and why did you ask for $10 million?
Well, who the fuck's not going to entertain $10 million? Would you?
Right.
Of course I'm going to entertain
so
$10
she
million.
said you're saying that she offered you $10 million and then talked about the expedition.
No, let me help you out there, Jay. I said, if you're going to uproot my life, it's going to cost a minimum of $10 million. That's where it's going to start. That's the story. Did you not watch me last night? Did you not listen to me last night?
Yes, he wasn't here.
I know you did.
Yes, he was.
Okay, then what part of
I agree, Pete.
Did you not hear?
Straighten this shit out.
You know what, Jay? Who else did you tell his name to? Who else? Did you tell it to anybody else? I mean, I'm asking you right now. So that if we find out later, well, then I mean, you're busted. So be honest now.
Yeah,
did you tell anybody? Yeah, because even before the show, you posted in the chat who he was, right? His name. I didn't imagine that now, did I? Okay. Did you tell anybody else? Crickets.
He's got a terrible connection.
Yeah,
he's got an absolutely terrible connection, even with no video. I don't understand that, but
I can hear the background.
I can hear him in the background, but he's lost here. So and in the meantime, I can share. There's a picture that he posted on his Twitter of him and Añjali. So I'll try to, I'll post that. Let's share that. Can't hear you. Barely hear you. Here's a picture of those two. After taking the time, to know her on a personal level, after first reading her story on Reddit, I have to say Añjali on Gaia is such a wonderful, loving person. More context. After reading her story and keeping communication with her ever since, I have come to understand every part of her story comes from a place of love and truth. I know it's hard for some of you to realize and accept her story, regardless of your doubt. It is true. Even if there were a situation where the story surrounding the tunnel was false, the message she bears brings much value. For clarity, that's not the case here. The beings are true. The message of consciousness is true. Disclosure will be soon, and so will the end of this cycle. I ask that you take time to do research on literally everything that has to do with the UFO phenomenon. Educate yourself. Take everything with a grain of salt until you find the pieces falling into place. Then reach out to a loving community. Ask questions. Prepare your mind for a huge shift in paradigm, your worldview. It will be scary at first because it is full of unknowns. So you'll need to seek your own experiences to remove doubt and uncertainty. It's not that easy, but it will prepare you. Always seek the truth. And I just got to say, in all seriousness, that sounds like a fanboy writing a love letter to Añjali. And I mean, I'm with respect. It sounds like a fanboy
I
writing a
found
love letter.
That's just your opinion.
I found something, Jay. Jay, why don't you explain this? Dude, she's gathering a team of people to take to the tunnel. If she's lying, they'll clearly find out. There's no point in all of this if it's going to happen, if it's all happening because of drugs. Now, she's actively, and you know she's actively hunting for her Wayne. Hey, what is up with that? You're going to support that shit? You know, I mean, come on. This guy's got a family. You know, do you have a family? Would you want people doing that to you? I'm sorry.
Creeping up on your house too. This is his house. It's his backyard where this mountain is.
Can you explain that one more time? Be very specific as to why you're blaming me.
I'm not blaming you.
No, I'm talking to.
He's asking if you
to
condone.
Sixten.
If you can. He's asking if you condone putting together a team and just showing up at somebody's house with a team to expect to go onto their property.
No, I don't condone that. But she says, and even Brian says that he agreed to it if she has the money.
Well, does she have the money?
Hey, Jay, I agreed to this. You give me the money, we move, you buy the house, they dig, and we're gone. So it wasn't about I agreed to be a part of some fucking team.
Yeah,
I said you bring a bag of money, buy the house, and dig all you want. We'll be in Florida fishing somewhere. That's the deal. Not us be part of some fucking team that you're putting together to dig in my hill. No, you're paying us $10 million to uproot our life and leave, and that's that. That I thought I made that clear. So you still seem to be so confused here. I don't understand the confusion here.
No, I'm not confused.
Apparently, Añjali is still monitoring. Apparently, Añjali is still monitoring the stream and is saying, "I'm not affiliated with TT Productions or anything they have produced." Yet she's in one of their upcoming documentaries. And Whitley was kind enough to bring the interview from behind the paywall, and he allowed me to post it on my channel. So there's a correction there. I don't want to give anybody inaccurate information, so you can go listen to the Whitley thing. And she claims she's not affiliated with TT Productions or anything they produced, even though she's listed in the credits of one of their upcoming documentaries. So this is what we get. It's never a clear picture.
I'm confused as to how talking to someone for 8 months who is an admitted intelligence operative who is skilled at lying to people, why you would not go into that situation without a level of distrust. I don't understand how you've cultivated this. I mean, you've cultivated this talking friendship for like 10 months. No, I'm asking, why would you not go in with a level of distrust, knowing that she is a skilled liar and manipulator?
No,
a trained liar and manipulator.
Project community. You could talk to the Transcension Project community and speak to the people there. You'll find out that I have been a skeptic for a while. And
you don't sound very skeptical. You don't sound very skeptical in your post. In fact, you're making excuses for why things didn't turn out the way that she originally said. So are you excusing her lying or misleading everybody from the very start because she may still be in contact with aliens?
I'm not even, like I told you, we're not talking right now. I'm not in defense of her at all. I'm giving you guys my. Listen.
Let's be. I understand that we probably disagree with him, but let's be kind to him because he's kind enough to be here and tell his side of the story. So let's try to everybody both take a step back and take a breath. We're all interested in the story, and he's here to tell his perspective of it. But,
all right, okay.
Yeah, like I said, I don't dismiss what Brian is saying. I don't dismiss what Brian is saying, and I'm not saying he's a liar.
Ryan Davies says
no. I didn't.
Ryan Davies says he'll pay the $10 million just to put this story to bed.
Take me to dinner first.
All right, Jay.
Starts at $10 million.
Jay, I'm going to get back to how you originally found out. Now, you posted here that it would be relatively easy to find out who her Wayne was. Now, if it's so easy, why can't you tell me how easy was it? How did you do it? Or did she just tell you?
How about you ask Charlie Wiser? How about you ask
How about
Charlie
I
Ryder?
ask
'Cause
you?
Charlie found out
You
before I
fucking
did.
people don't. You fucking people. I'm sorry.
Why are you
How'd you
deflecting
get
it
the
onto
phone
Charlie? We're asking how you specifically tracked down this man. Like that's
Yeah,
the only question
Because
here.
Charlie,
How did you do it?
Charlie found out the
How
same
did
way
you get
that I
the
did.
phone number?
I mean, I
How
should
did
be
you
able
get
to,
the phone
How
I
did I
should
get
get to
the
know
phone
this
number?
shit.
I did, Brian. I did not text you. I sent you a message on Instagram, on social
Yeah, that's
media.
right. You did. You're right. So how? Yeah, but you.
Okay, that
so,
makes
so,
sense. Okay.
so to
I
find me on
apologize.
Instagram.
I apologize, Jay. Okay. Oh, that probably wouldn't
I
have
do
been that
too.
hard.
And I do
It was
too.
so easy. How did you find him?
Yeah.
It's
I
a pretty
thought you had
simple
his phone
fucking
number.
question.
Yeah.
What is the point of telling the method of finding somebody if we're here
For the
talking
truth.
about?
Because we're on Truthseekers.
Right. Right.
We're on
And
Truthseekers.
I think,
You at least owe it to
I think
Wayne.
Right, we're on
Brian
Truth
would
Seekers.
Well, one
know.
at a time.
I don't want
one at a
people
time,
to know
please.
how to dox people. I don't want
Don't-
people to know how to dox people. Look,
Clearly,
maybe you can speak
Brian
privately
wanted
with,
his
maybe you can speak
privacy, right?
privately with
I
Brian.
asked
You're
him a
saying
simple question.
One at a time,
Are
please.
you associated with Añjali? Are you associated with Añjali? Do you know about the tunnel that leads to the beings? And he says no. And that was it. We talked about me being in the military, and he was like, "Oh,
then how are you so sure
appreciate
that was
veterans, blah blah
him?
blah," and that was it. That
See,
was literally
your
it.
story don't pan out, dude. Your story don't pan out. You know,
Yeah.
it doesn't pan
Hey,
out.
hey,
Yeah,
I don't
and
care.
I
speaking of
have to.
doxing,
I have to tell you, in some of this
doxing,
audio, I might be wrong, but I
It
felt like
doesn't
I heard
pan out because you don't have all
somebody
the
in
fucking
your
facts, that's
background.
why.
Yeah.
well, I just say, speaking of doxing, your girl Anjali's going to go on a show soon, and if they hear you on this show, they very well might dox you. So, just giving you a heads up because that's happened to several people
I wonder if
on the
Angela
screen
turns
right
on
there. So,
I don't have
you
a
can't
problem
even
with it because I
explain
have nothing to hide.
so you might
explain
want to
something
be
that's
careful.
so relatively easy, and I can't. I don't believe that that's true. I think you were told. I think you were told by Angela, and you deny that. You deny that. But okay, well, okay. I guess you won't answer that question. If it was so freaking easy, but
I was
all right.
told after the fact. I was told after the fact. Yes, she did tell me his name after the fact.
All right. After September 3rd, 2021, is that what you're saying?
September 3rd. That sounds about right.
You said it was so easy to find out, but you're not telling people how to find it. But you won't even tell us. If it was so freaking easy, you should easily be able to tell us how. What did you go on one of those sites that you can look for people's names and stuff?
Look,
How did you
if
get his
want
real
to
name in
know
the
how to
first
do
place?
it, if you want to know
None
how
of
to
your
do it, ask
story,
Charlie.
none of your story is complete, man. It's got holes in it. Holes in it. Swiss cheese, man. Swiss cheese.
I just want to say this happens every time that Añjali tries to talk about her story. It turns into something approximating this. So, again, I think this is the reaction that she wanted. It's attention, and right, people like her feed off of it.
Yeah. And I'm going to put the link to join the show right in the live chat. But I want to ask everybody, let's observe some general rules. One person speak at a time. Let's all be respectful of each other, even if we're challenging each other. That's fine. I like challenging conversations, but let's try to be kind about it and not, he's nice enough to be here and tell his side of the story. So let's, be kind at least. So I'll put the link to join the show right in the live chat, and you can come and be a part of our discussion. But I don't know what more there is to discuss because now I'm the bad guy because I might have raised my voice or lost my, whatever. And Anjali's all going on a Twitter storm right now telling everybody that it's my fault, that she doesn't want to answer hard questions. She just wants to take the softball circle jerk shows. And I'll predict right now she's going to go on a softball circle jerk tour to defend this and tell her side of it. But I've got the evidence, and we'll see where the story goes from here. I think that she's going to land herself in desperate mode now, trying to salvage this thing because no offense to you, really. I'm glad that you're here, Jay, Cosmic Toast, but you're already making excuses for why her story was falling apart. And I think we're going to see a lot more of that now from her fans and things like that. And welcome, Mysterion is here.
Steve, you blew that apart.
Oh man, I fucked it. No, I feel like I fucked it up, and honestly, I'm disappointed in myself because I gave her the out. She wanted an out from the rest. You should hear. You know what? Maybe we'll just go through my list of questions later, and then we'll see why she may have bailed early. She knew.
You got played, mate. She's a woman. She didn't put any makeup on. She was looking all frail and everything, and you got played, mate. She created that argument so that it gives her further histrionic excuse to carry this on.
And in my defense, I am not either mentally, intellectually, or financially well off enough to compete equally with a trained United States government counterintelligence officer, or whatever she is in her role, right? Somebody doing all this counterintelligence work is, obviously better at manipulating situations than I would be. I'm just some guy with a webcam, bro. That's it. I'm just this guy, a curious guy with a webcam. That's our whole show here. And
Brian, thank you for coming forward.
Well.
Hey, Alien Scientist has a good question in the chat. Can we do a recap of all the best evidence in the case, for and against?
The only evidence for is her story, and all of the evidence against is the people that were involved with her story saying, with respect, like Brian and his wife saying, that's not what happened here. So, I think it's pretty simple here. That's her best evidence is a lot of stories, but the stories fall apart under any form of scrutiny. And I'm kind of surprised that it's gone on this long. And I really want to thank Brian and his wife, and thank your wife for loaning us for another night of crazy. His wife's in the background like, this shit is crazy. Then why is this woman putting us through this stuff? Like, none of this happened, right? It's just a crazy. This woman ran, a former counterintelligence officer or whatever she was, dealing with deception and all. She ran into this dude's life like a whirlwind, met him one night. 3 years later, he starts hearing stories that she's at the Washington Monument talking about meeting aliens inside a mountain in his backyard. This is crazy. The whole thing is crazy.
It's pretty crazy.
And thank you, Brian, for being willing to do this, because it really does get us to the best way to get to the bottom of the story is this man was there. He didn't see any aliens. He didn't see any Nordic aliens, tall white aliens, little gray aliens. He didn't see any aliens. He never has. He has a mountain on his backyard, but there's nothing there.
Hey, if they got 10 million, they can go and imagine them if they want.
Yeah.
Why not?
Does it not worry you, Steve? I mean, look, obviously you as well, Brian. I make my own oil as well. So, and yeah, it's damn strong. Yeah, it's concentrated, isn't it?
Rick Simpson oil, yeah.
Even us seasoned users can take too much.
Well, my mum has Parkinson's disease, and she's on L-Dopa, the drug they give to stop her shaking and stuff.
Yeah,
and she begged me. We made a big hashed loaf. In a loaf tin, so you could slice it like a fruit cake. Mm-hmm. And I took a slice round for her. She asked me to. She said it would obviously help her tremors and stuff. And she was concerned. She didn't want to eat the whole slice. So I split the slice and we had half a slice each. And I get a phone call from my brother when I've left. Apparently she's tripping balls, saying that she can see the light. They phoned an ambulance. The ambulance took her to hospital and put her on a ward for 3 hours. She didn't even see a doctor. At the end, they just said, are you feeling okay now? And discharged her. So they knew she was just chucking what we call it, chucking a whitey off the weed.
And Dorothy is here. Welcome, Dorothy.
Thank you.
Hello, Dorothy.
So good to have you here. And while we're welcoming you, I'm going to share something, which is which is a picture of the mountain with the aliens on it, with Brian here smiling.
Oh yeah, I can see it.
Except the problem is there's no tunnel entrance, there's no alien base, there's none of that. So, but
is it a big hill or is it a mountain?
I swear in her story she said that you guys had to walk like 30 minutes out into the bush.
No.
Don't say that, Steve.
Literally right in his backyard is the aliens.
Somebody will find a UFO in there somewhere. I'm sure of that. Look at that, the thing on the side of the camper there. Yep, that's an alien.
I just keep thinking of there's a Stabbing Westward song. It's called "This Is Where It Falls Apart," and that's what I keep thinking of. But I got to tell you, I have seen some really crafty UFO grifter, alien contactee grifters, man. And I think she's going to pull something out. That's what I think. I think that there's going to be some exciting new development about her and the aliens in the very near future. That's what I think. That's my speculation. I'm entitled to it.
I think
don't think she's going to
crystals as well.
Crystals
involved.
Crystals. I don't think she's going to go quietly into the good night now their story is torn to shreds and torn to shit. I think that she has learned to enjoy the notoriety, the fame, the attention that she gets from all these people that believe her story, and it's going to continue. But we've already seen what
the end of it. I don't want to see any more on Twitter feed.
I
just hope
let's let Dorothy get in here because she just got here. So Dorothy, you've been watching this whole thing.
See you, Mum.
Okay,
right. I
nice
came
to see
in
you.
very, very
Cheers,
late.
Brian, for coming out. Cheers,
Yeah.
Terry.
Thank you for being here, Mysterion. There you go.
I got in here very, very late from another show, and it was so riotous at the time I came in. I went back a little bit to get to the beginning of the interview with Añjali here, and it was clear to me she was doing the same thing in defensive reactionary responses to you that she was doing that on a different show a long time back, and turning it all back on the people who are asking the questions. And it's a very familiar kind of tactic that someone who's lying or someone who I get the impression that she believes her own story. And I don't doubt that she had an experience, but I truly believe it was inside of her mind. And
yeah,
just, to out myself as an old hippy dippy girl from, the 60s. I've never had THC ever put me into hallucinatory mode ever. Never took any hallucinogens either, but, THC has never done it. So I'm like, well, but prescription medicines can have strange interactions, even if they are one by one by one, rather, mundane kinds of things. The things she listed, Adderall, her heart meds, Flumetidine, Cymbalta, and Plexapro, I'm going to have to go and look that up for, adverse reactions and adverse interactions.
Good point, Dorothy. I have a friend who I was going to reach out to in the medical profession and get some kind of expert breakdown of like, here's the meds she was on, and she took this very powerful THC oil, and what are the possibilities there? But anytime, look, my only experience is being in rock bands and just doing way too many drugs. I had this rule for a while, like it was party time. You're in a rock band. If somebody gave you a drug, you did it. So I have mixed a lot of shit, and I got to tell you, some of the worst or best experience I've had on drugs is mixing a bunch of different stuff. You don't know how these things are going to interact,
She could have been manic enough for a couple
they can
of
build
days.
up in your system and create a bad reaction all by themselves too. There are very many ways for prescription drugs to mess up your brain.
Absolutely.
No, I can speak from personal experience. I've smoked some stuff that just knocked me on my ass. I mean, it really totally messed me up. And I've smoked for I don't know how long, a long time. So, I can definitely see that. Let's say you take something like that and you mix it with the 5 meds or whatever she was on, I can only imagine that that's almost asking for this out of body experience or whatever she wants to call it. And I realize that, it's different with each person. Some people, one hit, they're done. Other people, yeah, they can smoke the whole thing, they're pretty well cooked. But the thing is I've had personal experiences where I've smoked some stuff and I didn't think it was going to do it. It totally put me on my ass. And
the mixing is what is troubling because,
right.
she's
You
on
got
all these different.
Adderall in there.
Yeah, she's
You
on
got
all these
Adderall in
different.
there.
She's on all these
Should've been
different
Epipen.
meds. She's on all these different meds, and then you take a really powerful, concentrated THC oil on top of it.
Yeah,
you're bound to have some kind of strange experiences. That's my opinion, and I'm entitled to it. But again, I'm not a doctor, so I mean, I might be able to find a qualified medical professional to look at these list of meds she was on, and then and add these just really strong, super strong THC oil in the mix, and what's the possibilities there? We've already seen that just one or two of these mixed can cause hallucinations, or
Well, she said the paramedics had her on a table, right? I guess they took her into the ambulance, right, and made her lay down on a stretcher and took her vitals, right?
Yeah, apparently.
So if you're hallucinating, if somebody's standing over you, they could look like they're way taller.
I don't know if you can get any better than the National Institute for Health right there, and they show
the
what.
black boots. They wear black boots. Paramedics do, and so do sheriffs. Yeah.
Well, I do want to thank Añjali and Lou for upping the interest level in the subject altogether, but I find it extremely odd that she called a press conference with nothing to show at the press conference. The only thing she had to show was to tell this story about her experience that I think to her was completely real. And I can't understand the motivation in doing that.
Yeah.
I think this whole thing is a kind of a counterpoint operation to what Lou Elizondo is doing. And that's a little tinfoil, but it's like they're coming at it from one side, and then you got kind of like how back in the day, Corey Good was kind of a mechanism for that, where it's controlled opposition. You know, he faded away. Along comes the next big crazy story, right? And they go around flipping the script on everybody, saying, "Oh, you're a victimizer and you're being mean," and it's tiring.
I really
wanted
to hear her answer about the Bigelow comment. Like, does she know him?
Oh, we're gonna
just like.
I'll tell you right now.
I'll
tell you right now. I may have a source that we could get some answers from on that front, and I'm going to reach out to Whitley Strieber. I'm going to reach out to Bigelow and Bigelow Aerospace, and I'm going to want to comment from them on things that she has claimed or said in these messages between Brian and her, because it's very telling. Yeah, if she was going to take all her marbles and go home, maybe I give her too much credit, intelligence officer and all, because she just gave me a huge data dump right before she took her marbles and went home. And that's not a good idea, because now I've got all this new information to go on, but honestly.
She did it right after Brian said last night, "You do not have my permission to share private information."
You don't have my permission to share any of that. And he was visibly upset about that. Like, don't you dare share that information. Today, a half hour before showtime, she shares the information with me. And I don't know if she wanted me to share it live on air, but I didn't feel comfortable with that. And I'm like, I don't even know if I could read this stuff legally. I don't know. I'm not a real journalist. I'm not a real journalist, damn it. And I got to check on these things, make sure I'm doing things. I'm trying to do it the right way. So, but he's given me his permission to read through the stuff. So,
I got a question for Brian. Brian, before this, have you ever been interested in ufology ever? I mean, before this.
Of course, absolutely. I'm all about it. Yeah. I love Asian aliens.
Okay.
I think it's amazing. There's a lot of things we don't know.
And there is.
Just don't say David Wilcock.
It just so happens to be that in this field, there's a lot of grifters, just flat out liars, people that just make shit up as they go along, and they make money doing it, and some of them even charge $333.33.
Yeah. Well,
come on.
I'm not trying to do that, but
right.
Of course, if somebody wants to buy my land now, go ahead. I'm there.
All for it.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I wanted to ask if that was 10 mil in U.S. dollars or non-fungible tokens. I don't know.
That's exactly US dollars, non-refundable. That's the starting bidding number. So if it crawls up to 50, I'm good with that too. 100.
I better get a finder's fee, right? I'm the publicist. I'm gonna be Brian's new publicist and scheduler. You know, I'm scheduling the interviews. He's the guy that got the aliens right in his backyard in a mountain, and that's another thing. Listen, Brian, your property is beautiful. And by the way, just in full disclosure, Brian, after the stream and ours ended, he showed me parts of his house. He's got a real cabiny, cool mountain house. It's beautiful. And he was showing me different stuff and showing me stuff in the backyard. But, you know, Brian, it's like, it seems like an overhyped story, right? Because it doesn't even look like a huge mountain in your backyard. And that's how this is being portrayed. Some of the people even made like representations of this mountain where the alien base is and everything. It's some big hills behind your house for sure, but it's almost like everything is like just turn down the hype on all of it, like 50% at least, right?
At least.
Yeah.
Well, you know, Stephen, I'm sure you could get some investors and get a Skinwalker 2.0 out there. I mean, get 5 seasons for sure. You know,
well, we might have to go to
all
that.
All you need is a story. Yeah, all you need.
We might have to go to that lane just to stop this train. You know.
Hey, Brian, during the time that these people were actively hunting you, you know, and you didn't know it, did you notice any like unusual activity, people on your property, people kind of stopping in front of your driveway or something? Did you notice anything like that?
No. Well, I mean, we get that sometimes because, you know, there's people, you know, trying to buy people's houses, you know, around here right now.
Okay.
It's kind of like that. You know, there's a lot there's a lot of investors going on around here. Just stuff like that. I'm sure that I would be probably on defense when I see somebody.
Yeah. I was just curious about that because, you know, I mean, it's freaky that people do this kind of thing, you know, and all because of somebody just makes up the stupid freaking story, you know.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And the part where she got pissed off at Stephen and about me owing her explanation of what happened to her. Well, that's crazy. What do you mean I owe you an explanation of what happened here? You know, the fuck
like
am I supposed to do?
Right. Unbelievable.
Hey, I'm gonna hop off, Stephen. Thank you for having me. Nice to meet you, Brian.
Good to see you. Good to hear and talk from you. And make sure you check out Spooky on her various projects. Plug your projects now.
I'm on various sorts and sundries. I'm on that one time I was abducted by aliens, and I have my own channel called Out of Context CW channel, and I also like tacos. Who'd have thunk it? Right, I'm gonna go. Love you all.
Tacos.
Thanks for having me.
Have a good night.
Good to see you.
Keep searching for the truth.
We will. Great. So I put the invitation, but we're going to be wrapping things up here. We're at almost 3 hours, and we've only had 10 minutes of what tonight was supposed to be. So, and for that, I apologize, and I'll take the blame. I should have been kinder to her to keep her here longer. That's my mistake, and I apologize. But what I do have to say is that we're dealing with the trained intelligence officer who's been trained in deception and counterintelligence and information warfare and all this stuff. And maybe I was outmatched. You know, I don't know. I don't know what her game is, but I didn't play it well today. You know,
she had somebody in her earpiece, retreat. I'm sure she was looking for any excuse to get out of this. And that was apparent within that last few minutes. You know, she was progressively getting more agitated, and it built up. Unfortunately, it built up to that where she left. But I think you're right. She was looking for an out.
And that could be the medications as well that makes you agitated and shaky and obviously in an unsettled state. You know, that's with you, whether you.
Yeah, and that's another thing. Listen, for future reference, I'm not going to feel comfortable interviewing somebody unless I'm sure they are of sound mind and body. You know, and this is a whole other layer of it. Should I even be talking to her given these medications she's on, her obvious physical or mental problems? Most of me thinks no, I shouldn't. So, you know.
Well, you had 2 great weekend You had two great interviews into the weekend. I'm going to bounce out of here. Just say thank you. Thank you, Brian.
Yeah, thank you for always supporting the show.
thoughts.
Lord Ludicrous Plaid.
Nice meeting you, Lord.
Always. And Brian,
Longtime
I'll
friend of
keep
the
you in my
show.
thoughts and prayers, and I wish you nothing but health and happiness.
Thank you.
Again, thank you for coming forward.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Nice meeting you. I'm sure we'll talk
Hey,
more.
you too.
Yeah.
I'll
Thanks,
hop
Lord
off
Ludicrous.
too. Thank you so much, Stephen and Brian, for letting me come in and say something on the show.
Thank you, Dorothy. You are most welcome here, always.
Okay,
Have a great
I'll
night,
be
everyone.
Yeah, goodbye there, Dorothy. I'll be taking my leave here too. Thank you very much,
And then
Brian.
there
You
were
made
two.
you made so many people so happy. You know that we finally got to something. You know, reasonable. You know, and real. You know, not this. I don't know what the hell you want to call it. This imagination land stuff. Thank you very much. Thank you, Stephen, for having me, buddy.
All right. Yeah, you're always welcome here. Sixth Design, chat room moderator, and big friend of the show. Thanks for all you do for us. We appreciate you.
Take care.
All right, I'll throw him out of here. And then there were just us. Imagine that.
Here we are again. Deja vu.
Yeah. Well, listen, I want to thank you for saving the day because, listen, I've almost never had that happen to me where I've got this huge audience waiting to hear about the story, and then the story runs with their tail between their legs and goes, takes their marbles and goes home. And again, I apologize. If anybody perceives I was rude to her, I raised my voice, I got upset, I sincerely apologize. I regret doing that. I should have been kinder and kept her here longer and gotten more answers. But I'm glad that Brian, also known as Wayne's Mountain, came to the rescue here to sort of try to shed some light on all of this. Thanks for the save. We really appreciate you doing that for us.
Well, I'll be happy to come back anytime. Anytime you need.
Yeah, alien scientist said I shouldn't have yelled at her. Well, I'm going to review the tape. I think I raised my voice. Maybe I got upset.
Passionate. You were passionate. That's all. It wasn't. I mean, it was kind of. It could be both ways.
Well, you gotta. I'm a glass half full guy, so I guess I saved myself an hour and 50 minutes of listening to her lie to me because I think she's been lying to me from the start. That's my take on it, and I'm entitled to it because I have been following this story since the day it began, and I have done my due diligence. I investigated her background. I investigated her military credentials. I called all of her colleges and verified her education. I've been working this story. I did the best that I could. I'm not a trained journalist. I'm just some guy on the internet that's curious and interested in these weird stories on the internet. So here we are, and here I am. I do the best I can, but I do consider it a failure because I gave her an out, right, Brian? Now she can say, Steve Cambian was mean to me, so I bounced, and I apologize for that.
That's too bad. I mean, but if you think about it, I mean, Jay bounced too. He didn't like them questions either, and we weren't yelling at all. But Jay just didn't want to talk no more. I didn't think. I don't know. Usually when people don't have the truth and they're trying to defend their story, I guess that would people would get upset. Maybe I think that's a trait of not being truthful in the first place when your story is not sticking. There's just been too many inconsistencies with her words. So how people are still like people like Jay that still is not convinced with this. I mean, come on. He just heard her say she was inebriated.
Yeah, and he was making excuses like maybe the contact wasn't what she thought, but that doesn't mean she's lying about this new daily contact that she's having with extraterrestrials, and
Yeah, I mean, okay. So if
I don't
there's
know
daily
what else to think.
contact, I mean, are they? They're still in my backyard. I mean, I haven't seen one yet. So it's just bizarre. I've even asked her to just change the story to another mountain, another location.
Yeah, and just to be clear, some people are accusing Añjali of being in the background of his video. That's why he wouldn't show his face, or that somebody heard her telling him what to say or cueing him. Other people have said that in the live chat. I don't know that that's the case, but I'm going to review the tape and see if I could hear her voice in the background of him. I don't know. I don't know, but I'm at this point, I'm willing to entertain all possibilities that we're all being manipulated, because it feels like a manipulation from the start, and the story's falling apart now. It is literally falling apart before our eyes.
He knew who I was through her. That's the bottom line, because there's no other way he would have known at that time. You know, that was early on. That was a few months ago. I think it was last year, so it was pretty early on. It was when it was really in the peak of our stress.
Yeah, and I applaud you for coming forward again, because you're honestly I want to tell I want to tell everybody this. The thing that I get from Brian and his wife is that they're just like, this is nutty. What do we got to do to squash this and move on with our lives, right? I mean,
that's really where it was at. Really, where it's. I mean, bottom line, I didn't know what else. I mean, this basically now it can be legal because I'm not some alias name. So,
all right, listen. Everybody said they definitely heard a female cueing the friendly to her that was here. So I'm going to challenge everybody else. Maybe I could get out of doing the work. You guys are free to go. Everybody's free to download this video, analyze the audio, see if you can hear her in the background cueing him or talking to him or whispering to him. Let's all get on the case, because it's truth seekers. We're all here trying to get to the truth of these things together, not just me. But I'll do it. I'll go run through some of that audio and see if we can't find more information, because it seems funny that she wasn't willing to come here, but all of a sudden comes in this white knight who has been spoken very, very positively about her and her experiences and how it's all real on Twitter. And he comes here to defend her, but she wouldn't come here to defend herself.
Yeah. It's I don't trust him. I'll tell you that. I think that he's closer to her than he's putting out there, you know. I think they're talking for sure.
Listen to this. Moody Mongol says, ironically, the best thing to come out of Añjali's story is Brian, keeper of the hash oil medicine bag, Blackwell. Facts.
I'll take that.
Yeah, that's funny. You're a little late to the party, but I'm glad you're here, Brian, because we could not have gotten to the truth of her story without your courage to come forward. So I applaud you, because listen, this guy was just like some normal guy, right? You build houses and you work on houses, and you're a construction company owner, and all of a sudden he's thrust into this internet drama of this woman claiming she's talking to aliens in his mountain, and his wife is involved.
And Elon Musk, yeah.
Now we've got Bigelow and Elon Musk and the original Mr. Contact, right? Whitley Strieber is now in this story. What did she tell you about Whitley Strieber? Can you tell us? Let's get to that. Like, what was his involvement?
Not too much. He just mentioned the name, and along with Bigelow, and that they were getting together to, they were going to just buy the house, So,
so Whitley Strieber and Bigelow were going to team up and buy your home.
I really didn't I don't really remember all the details of what she was saying. She was just, because she said a lot of different things, there was a lot of different stories. I heard a few different scenarios, but the bottom line is every one of them ends up in the same place. $10 million minimum.
You gotta love Brian. It's like, yeah, you can go look for aliens right on my land, but you gotta give me some $10 million first.
Yep, that's minimum.
Maybe she was just throwing names out there. Yeah, maybe she was just name dropping. People often name drop,
basically,
especially in the entertainment industry. And if you think about this is just another form of entertainment, largely. So is it a stretch that she'd be dropping names to try to impress people with her entertainment story?
Right. Yeah.
Spaghetti Lee says you should charge Bigelow $50 million for the mountain.
Yeah, well, like I said, get that bidding war going on. I'm good.
Yeah. Do you have any idea? Spooky's asking. Do you have any idea why did she pick the name Wayne?
I have no idea. Never asked that question.
I just think of Wayne's
World.
My wife
sure hated the name Trisha, though. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Well, thank your wife for loaning you to us again. I appreciate you spending the time and coming to the rescue. Listen, I always repay a favor, so now I owe you a favor. Because this is going to turn into a huge shit show, but at least we had you as a backup and the panel,
We've made another friend out of this. So if anything, let's if something can come out of this positive, that's what I'd like. So
Yeah, me too. Me too. Yeah. So listen, I'm going to throw you out of here. Then we're going to take a short musical break. And when I come back, I'm just going to read the super chats and thank everybody for coming here and that kind of thing. You don't be a stranger, and say hello to your beautiful wife for me, and thank her for letting you come, and really you saved my butt here. You really did. So I appreciate
for having me. It's been an exciting weekend.
All right, great. Thanks very much. I'll be in touch. I'm gonna keep going. So
we'll be in touch. We'll be in touch. Don't worry.
All right. You have a good night. Brian, also known as Añjali Wayne, the owner of the mountain with the aliens in it, except there ain't no aliens in there. Good night, Brian. All right, friends. What can I say? Look, we pulled one out. Look, this is a live show and things happen, and I have to be prepared for that. I've never had a guest stomp off in a huff 10 minutes in, but I take full responsibility. That was probably my fault. And I apologize for that. I should have been kinder to her and try to keep her here longer to get more information from her. But we're all human. We do the best that we can. I think I was losing my patience because she was kind of accusing me of things like I got to review the tape, but she sent me all this private messages between her and Brian, also known as Wayne, all these private messages between him and her and his wife and her about this situation. And I didn't even know if I was legally allowed to read them. I don't know. It depends on, like, California is it a one party? Let's see. California, one party consent. I don't know what the legalities are. Oh, so here we go. This is why this is a problem. In the state of California, telephone and electronic communication eavesdropping law requires the consent of all parties to record a confidential communication, including those conducted by telephone or other device except radio. So, first of all, I don't know if she had his consent to record or save those communications. I don't know if he had I don't know if he had her consent to share those private communications between her, his wife, and him with me. We've got to check in all this. I can't just 20 minutes before showtime start sharing private communications. I'm not a lawyer. And, we're an independent show here. We have very little resources. It's not like I have a legal department I could call up 15 minutes before showtime and decide, yeah, I could save, I can share these private communications between these two parties when one party expressly said yesterday he didn't want them shared. I'm not, me personally, I'm not going to go online and share those communications. I'm not even sure if I'm legally allowed to read them, though I did save them all, and we're going to find out. We've got to dig a little bit deeper. So I want to do two things. I want to thank all of the panel member guests who came and saved my butt today. It really means a lot to me that something like that could happen, like a guest storm off in 10 minutes, and we still are able to pull things together. I really appreciate every one of the panel members who came here and shared something about this story because you kind of saved my butt. I'm sitting here like, it's 10 minutes in and she left. What am I supposed to do here? But you live and you learn, and I'm okay with this. I think we did the best we could in a difficult situation. I apologize to her for raising my voice or whatever she perceived to be unfair or unprofessional. I'm human. We all are. We make mistakes, and maybe I did make a mistake. Honestly, if I could do things differently, I would have been calmer and more polite because basically I just gave her an out, and now I'm the asshole here. I'm the bad guy now, and I gave that to her, and it certainly wasn't my intention to hand her an out. I would have preferred to make her sit here and get grilled with these recent revelations, get grilled with the fact that nobody else saw the aliens but her, get grilled with the fact that she never mentioned the aliens, right, to the other people at the house that night. She waited years to suddenly contact them and tell them that she talked to aliens in their mountain and had these incredible experiences and all this stuff, what can I say? I did the best that I could do. I'm not a professionally trained journalist. I'm a hack at best. I'm a self-taught show host here. We're in a new digital world where literally anybody with a webcam and a little bit of creative talent can hop on the internet and get something like we had tonight, like 350 live viewers, to tell a compelling story or to take people through a compelling story. And we do our best here. I did my best here. Now, there's some things I'm probably going to wait to say. Like, am I going to continue following this story? I think this story just got blew to shreds. Now, I'm pretty sure there's going to be a damage control tour of her going on all different shows talking about what an asshole I am. But I'm not the person that hounded a poor couple who she spent 8 hours with once, trying to convince them that she saw aliens inside their mountain and maybe they got mind wiped or manipulated. That's why they don't remember, or whatever this whole big thing came out of. I don't really know where this story will go next, but I'm willing to follow it to the end if there's any new developments. Now, some predictions I'll make is she's going to go on a damage control tour, and I'm going to be the bad guy here. And she's never going to address the fact that the other principal witnesses that she mentioned in her original story all say, essentially, she's full of shit. None of this happened. Where does this leave us? Where do we find ourselves? We find ourselves in a very strange place. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a good break here. And I am reminded of my friend, C.W. Channer, even though he's talking shit on me behind a paywall. Nice guy. Who I think I got this originally from, this Evel Knievel idea or concept. And it really comes from him, but I think it's a beautiful concept in that sometimes I'm going to go live here as a show host and I'm going to try to bring you a compelling, interesting, great story. And sometimes it's going to work, right? I'm going to come down that ramp. I'm going to jump over those cars and it's going to be amazing. And sometimes I'm going to crash and burn. But people are still going to show up, right? That's one of the weird things. People will show up to see you crash and burn almost as much as they'll show up to see you make the jump. And I don't know, I grew up with Evel Knievel as one of my heroes, so I've always loved him. And it was C.W. Channer who sort of recounted that, connected the dots for me between some of these adventures we go on here and these things we try to do, and Evel Knievel trying to make the jump. All I could say about tonight is I tried to make the jump and I crashed and burned. And I apologize. I could have, hindsight's always 20/20. I could have maybe did things better. I certainly could have been kinder to her. And for that, I apologize. I'm human as well. And she's still welcome to come back on here. She's got the link. We're going to take a break for a bit. And when we come back, I'm going to read every single super chat. I apologize for the delay in doing that. I thank you all for your kindness, your generosity, and your continued support of the show. We read every single super chat. So I apologize. All this was a hectic one, but we're going to take a break here. And when we return, I'm going to read every single super chat. Then I'll read any comments or questions from the live chat. Please put them in all capital letters. If you want me to read your comment live on air here, please put it in all capital letters. So what can I say, friends? Sometimes you got to do this well, and I truly believe this. I stand by this. To do this job well, you have to be a bit of a daredevil. You have to be willing to take risks, and you have to be willing to spill and crash and burn. And tonight, I was willing to do that. I could have certainly handled some things better. Hindsight is always 20/20. All I can do is apologize and say, I apologize. I'm going to try to do better. Until next time, that's all I can do. Live and learn. Most of me is pissed off that I gave her that out, because now it's going to be Stephen Cambian was nasty and he raised his voice to me. And that's her excuse for lying to everybody for some, year now about her experiences, for lying to everybody. I gave her an out, and I regret doing that for sure. I should have been kinder, but it is what it is. I'm all too human, aren't we all? So we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we're going to read all the super chats. We're going to take any comments or questions from the live chat. We'll be right back, friends. Sometimes you got to take some risks, and doing this story this entire time has been a risk. Sometimes I've jumped and I've hit the mark. I cleared the hurdles, and sometimes, like tonight, perhaps, depending on your point of view, I crashed and burned. But I was willing to take the jump, and no one can blame me for failing. We'll be right back, friends.
Okay, we're gonna. Ladies and gentlemen of this wonderful country, I've got to tell you that you are the last people in the world who will ever see me jump, because I will never, ever, ever jump again. I am through.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and we are back. Just a note for the chat, please use caps for comments or questions that you want me to read on air or answer on air. Now, boy, we're going to get to the super chats, and I am overwhelmed by the generosity and the kindness and the support of everybody tonight. So we're going to read every one of them. It's going to take us a little bit, but we do that, every single one. And King of Hugo Mundo is here, so I'm going to share my screen. Please bear with me. We'll do the super chats first, and I apologize that we didn't put them up at all as they went in. We're going to try to come up with a better system for this. So we have all of these from March 13th. Very kind and generous of everybody supporting us following this story, which we've been following from the very beginning. So March 13th, JMods NZT with kind and generous New Zealand $5 says mixing cannabis oil and Adderall can cause increased risk of psychosis and hallucinations, according to the internet, for whatever it's worth. Yeah, very good point. Mr. DB Cooper with kind and generous $4.99 super chat says the beings must have some good advice. What advice have the beings gave her? Sorry, we didn't get to ask your question. I'll try to direct it to her. We'll see what happens. AAWE with a kind of generous US $5 says, good job. You are balanced and objective, Stephen Cambian. Well, tonight I could have been more balanced and more objective. And I certainly take tonight as a failure, but I learned a lesson. I learned a lesson. You have to always be respectful of the guests. I apologize again for being disrespectful. I shouldn't have raised my voice to her. I think I was losing my patience because, in my estimation, right from the very beginning, she was like accusing me of things, right? Here's a woman who's sending me all these private messages that I'm not even sure she has the legal right to send me in a one-party consent state, and it's 30 minutes before showtime. I don't have time to verify any of this. And now I'm the bad guy. She knew that this interview was coming for days. She could have sent me that stuff days ago and let me consult with an attorney to see if I'm even allowed to read it, let alone share it on the show. But this is where we're at. Goofon with a kind and generous $5. Añjali has been writing and talking about aliens since she was 5 years old. This was all about writing a book. She is a liar, Steve. No more book deal now. No, I doubt it. Area 503, friend of the show with a kind and generous 503, says, I would like to hear about the alleged lawsuit that Añjali filed against Charlie Weiser in an attempt to silence Charlie for speaking out. I'm going to get with Charlie on that because I need clarification, Area 503, on whether it was just a legal threat letter or whether a suit was actually filed. I'm a little bit hazy on that. Captain Corrosive with kind and generous $2 super chat said, can I get Wayne's number? I want a party. I'll have to ask him. But thank you for your kindness, Captain Corrosive. And JMod NZT says it's likely that her family and perhaps her doctor were already worried about her strange behavior and mental health. Is it even possible to call in a wellness check for someone if they have a history of delusions or psychosis? I'm going to check with a mental health professional and get back to you with some sort of answer. Obviously, I need to speak to a mental health professional to find out. I don't know how this works. Like, and you know what? I'm going to reach out to that police, to the sheriff's office there, and ask them exactly the sequence of events. But near as I understand, her daughter called and wanted them to do a wellness check of her at that address. And so the police arrived and did a wellness check of her with an ambulance and a sheriff in tow. Mr. DB Cooper 77, kind of generous $1.99 super chat says end game. Lee Guy with a kind of generous $1.99 super chat says I didn't even get to ask about the bacon. Yeah. JMod NZT with a kind of generous $5 says you don't have to be kind to someone that harassed a cancer patient. Well, that's your opinion, and you are entitled to it. Opinions that I have may vary from my guests, but we allow our guests to express their opinions here, and I'm glad that you did that. Thank you for your kindness, JMod NCT. Captain Corrosive says, I need to know if Wayne has a hot tub. I forgot to ask him. That is a good and funny question. I'm going to make a note of it, Captain Corrosive. We'll get you an answer. I will reach out to Wayne to see if he has a hot tub. Lee Guy, keg party at Brian's, kind and generous $1.99. Thank you very much. CC with a kind and generous Canadian $5 says, Brian, you don't owe Añjali anything. She basically admitted she harassed you. David Hanks with a kind and generous $49.99 super chat. Thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. Just send a super chat in support of the show. No message. Please leave a message next time, Dave Hanks. We love hearing from our listeners, especially kind and generous benefactors of the show. Lee Guy, kind and generous $4.99 says, Brian, does it look like her health has deteriorated from when you first met her? We'll follow up and see. But I believe that he said, yeah, she wasn't doing great when he knew her a few years ago, and he believed that she was suffering from deteriorating health. Mr. DB Cooper 77, sometimes you gotta love ufology. Tonight may or may not be one of those nights, I guess, depending on your point of view. But thank you, Mr. DB Cooper 77, longtime supporter of the show. Al Warrior, kind and generous $5. This is awesome. Expose the frauds. We do our very best here to get to the truth of these stories. Mr. DB Cooper again with another kind and generous $5. The victims are the people who genuinely study the phenomenon and have to put up with crap like this. Not trolls, not a novice, but people like me. Thank you for your observation. And I agree with you. You know, there's so much garbage that you have to get through to get to the truth behind these things. It makes it more difficult when there's somebody out there spreading easily proven fake information. Cece says, who called the ambulance? I believe her daughter called the ambulance, near as I can tell. And you'll have to, pardon me, somebody's checking. I just want to check in and make sure I'm not missing something important. Occasionally, usually for a show, I close down all lines of communication. But since we have this situation going here, yeah, the police department set a policy. Okay, so I'm being sent some important information. Every law enforcement agency shall develop, adopt, and implement written policies and standard protocols pertaining to the best manner to conduct a, quote, welfare check, unquote, when the inquiry into the welfare or well-being of the person is motivated by a concern that the person may be in danger to himself or herself or to others. The policy shall encourage a peace officer prior to conducting the welfare check and whenever possible and reasonable to conduct a search of the Department of Justice automated firearms system via the California Law Enforcement Telecommunications System to determine whether the person has a registered owner of a firearm. For purposes of this section, reasonable as used in subdivision means that the officer could conduct the firearm registry check. Yeah, so there's rules in California about doing basically what's called a wellness check. And, we can explore more of that on a future show. Okay. I forgot where I was at now. Let's make sure that we get everybody here. I miss my place. One second. So many super chats tonight. Thank you all for your kindness and your generosity and your support of the show. Okay, I think I'm finding my place now. We've got JMod NZT saying, oh, Captain Corrosive first. Can I get Wayne's number? I want a party. Kind and generous $2 super chat. Next, we have JMod NZT says, it's likely that her family, perhaps her doctor, were already worried about her strange behavior and mental issues. It is even possible to call in a wellness check for someone if they have no history of delusions or psychosis. I don't know, but we're going to check on that and follow up. World Chaos 76 with a kind and generous super sticker. $19.99, very generous of you. And JMod with, what is that, New Zealand dollars? 20 New Zealand dollars, very generous of you. Thank you both for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. Mr. DB Cooper 77 saying, end game, with a kind and generous $1.99 super chat. Lee Guy with the bacon man again. I will ever associate Lee Guy with bacon. He says, I didn't even get to the part about the bacon. Sorry about that. We'll have to ask her if she likes bacon if I ever get to talk to her again. JMod and ZT. You don't have to be kind to someone that harassed a cancer patient with a kind and generous $5 super chat. Captain Corrosive with $2 super chat. I need to know if Wayne has a hot tub. I'm going to ask him. Lee Guy, $1.99, says keg party at Brian's with bacon. Yes, thank you for your kindness. CC, kind and generous $5. Brian, you don't owe Añjali anything. She basically admitted she harassed you. David Hanks with a kind and generous $49.99 super chat. Very, very generous of you. Thank you. Lee Guy. Brian, does it look like her health has deteriorated from then when you first met her? Yeah, I'm sorry that we didn't get these answered live on air. We can circle back to Brian to provide some additional insights. Mr. DB Cooper, kind and generous $5 super chat. Sometimes you gotta love ufology. Al Warrior, kind and generous $5 super chat, says this is awesome. Expose the frauds. Mr. DB Cooper again. He's the super chatter of the night. Another $5 in the till. Says the victims are the people who genuinely study the phenomenon and have to put up with crap like this. Not trolls, not a novice, but people like me. Thank you. CC with a kind and generous Canadian $5 says, who called the ambulance? I believe it was Añjali's daughter who called the local sheriffs in the area where she was at to get them to go and conduct a wellness check on her. Apparently, they were concerned enough about her to call the police and an ambulance to check on her. Welcome to the show with a kind and generous 99-cent Great Britain pounds with a super sticker. Thank you for your kindness. Shell Bell with a kind and generous Great Britain pounds $5 says she set you up. She came on, no makeup, hair a mess, picked a fight. She couldn't get out of the lies. This is her way of validating herself as a victim. It could be, and you know, certainly everybody's entitled to their opinion about what happened tonight. For my part, I apologize for raising my voice to her, or maybe if I came off as rude or unkind. I have no excuse for doing that, and so I all I can do is apologize for it and say we'll try to do better going forward. Mr. DB Cooper 77, kind of generous $10 super chat, says, B. Baker, it was real. Cambian, thank you for releasing the Kraken. You do ufology a favor. Well, thank you for your support and continued support, Mr. DB Cooper 77. Dorothy Hawkins is here with a kind and generous $2 super chat. Thank you, Stephen, for your work. Al Warrior, kind and generous $2 super chat. Jay and Silent Añjali. Yeah, you know, and I'm sorry. I consider tonight a big failure because I should have, it's my fault. I should have kept my composure. I should have been kinder to her and not given her, I gave her an out. That's what happened. I gave her an out. And I'm upset with myself because I had a whole list of questions here that I spent all day writing. So I could have just, you know, spanked off all day and not did all this research and work and carefully crafting 2 hours worth of questions to get her to jump out of here in 10 minutes. But it is what it is. She's always welcome to appear here. All I can do is apologize, try to do better. You know, I'm not a trained journalist, okay? This is the Wild West out here. And anybody can start a show and have apparently have 300 or 400 viewers live, and things can go wrong. So my apologies for things going wrong. Al Warrior, longtime friend and supporter of the show with kind of generous $2 super chat, says Jay and Silent Añjali. All right, that gets the laugh of the night. Great super chat. Thank you, El Warrior, for your continued support. Stephen L., the kind generous $8.99 Great British pounds, says Stephen nearly got caught the second time, but you wised up. Laugh out loud. Well, thank you, Stephen L., for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. And Al Warrior again with a kind and generous $5 super chat. You should have grilled some fajitas before you got sucked. Before she got sucked into space, bro. Yeah. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. So, you know, but this is where we find ourselves, and this is where we're at. I consider that I did fail tonight because I lost my temper because, you know, I mean, I'm not going to make excuses, but right away she started accusing me of things. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. She unsolicited sent me all these private messages between her and this person that was apparently sending her these alien pictures that she just got caught posting that were from a CGI video, you know? And then she's sending me all these private messages that I'm not even sure I'm legally allowed to have or read from so-called Wayne and Trisha, right? Her private communications. And he just said last night that he didn't want those released. So and this is 20 minutes or a half hour before showtime. She sends me this. And, I don't even want to speculate, but this whole sequence of events sounds like something that would happen when a counterintelligence officer or, PSYOP person decides to, I don't know, spread misinformation or disinformation. Like, why wouldn't you give me that information yesterday? So I had time to check on the legalities of me even reading it, let alone sharing it here on the show. That makes no sense. It makes no sense whatsoever. So listen, comments or questions for me, please put them in all capital letters. But we've already been here for almost more than 3.5 hours. I planned on 2 hours tonight. You guys know this is the weekend. I'm working overtime, but this is when these people could agree to the interview. So I said, I'll give up my weekend. And I haven't decided. I may take tomorrow and Tuesday off. But I do have some other stories prepared and planned, or we may follow up with this one. I have to think about some things and decide it. And just for those that, I want to make sure that everybody knows I'm human. During the break, I went to use the bathroom and my wife told me that I raised my voice and I should never have raised my voice. And why did I lose my temper? And that wasn't fair and that wasn't right. So I want you to know I'm a human. I make mistakes, but I've acknowledged that was a mistake, and that's all I can do. I did my best here in a difficult situation. To be honest with you, I think that she came out of the gate swinging. I really think she came out of the gate swinging at me right from the start, and I wasn't used to that because previous to tonight's conversation, she has always been very measured and fair and conciliatory or whatever. I'm human. I make mistakes. Maybe I lost my temper, and if so, all I can do is apologize. And I got to tell you, if my wife's telling me I was wrong, I tend to agree with my wife because I like to continue to have a place to live and live in peace and harmony here. But no, my wife is very fair, and I think she's right. And for once, she was paying attention. I think she was watching the first part of the show. And probably she agrees with Añjali that I'm the asshole here. And look, I'm acknowledging that. I should have handled that better. But I felt like she came right out of the gate swinging at me, accusing me of things. I'm going to have to review the tape, but there's some specific things she said that it doesn't add up. Like about messages she sent me and things like that. I'm like, no, I did not solicit her to send me all of the private messages between her and third parties. She did that. And I don't even know if she's legally allowed to share those without their consent. According to what I just looked up, California is a 2-party consent state, which means she would have needed their consent first and her consent to even let me see these things. I don't even know if I'm allowed to read them. We have to check into all of this. But we're going to follow up on the story. We're going to continue to somebody's mentioning she had claws out too. Yeah, I think she did come out of the box swinging, and that kind of surprised me, and it threw me off because she's always so. I don't know. She usually, in previous interactions that I've had with her, she is like, I don't know, sort of Zen master like Stephen, let's have a conversation. She's not coming out of the box charging at me like that. And maybe that's what threw me off. And if so, I apologize. Look, I'm human. I don't know what to do. She came out of the gate, started accusing me of shit. And I don't know. And I was just here to ask questions. That's all we could do here is ask questions, right? And B. Baker says it was obvious Añjali was pissed about the Brian interview. I believe that you are correct. I'm going to check in with those. I'm going to check in with these super chats and make sure that I got them all. Because I hate that we read every single super chat. We thank every single super chatter. I never want to miss one. Oh. Yeah, a Lord Ludicrous Plaid. Are these out of order now? Or is this... I'm going to share this once again and just make sure that we got it. Are they? Maybe they're out of order right now. I thought that we had gotten to them all. And now I'm having trouble making sure that we've gotten to them all. All right, we're going to go back and we're going to read all the ones from the top. Boy, what an amazing evening. All the kindness and generosity and support of the show tonight has been truly remarkable. Lord Ludicrous, is there a way to check of other wellness checks? We're going to look into that. Thank you for your kindness. Al Warrior with kind generous $5. Brian, you should have grilled some fajitas before you got sucked into space. Okay, so we did. We just missed the one. Stephen got caught the second time, but you wised up. Yeah, so we did read them all. So, but thank you. We missed Lord Ludicrous Plaid. Thank you all for your kindness, your generosity, and your continued support of the show. I am blown away by the generosity of people all over the world that want to see us continue to look into these strange stories. And if you're new to the channel, I want to invite you. You are most welcome here. If you are new here, we look into strange and mysterious stories on the internet, and usually involving aliens or paranormal activity or UFOs or things like that. So if you're new here, please do subscribe to our channel. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that notification bell, and you too will know the next time that we go live and have a story to share. We try to follow interesting stories. This one has been quite the rabbit hole. And I want to encourage you to please help us spread the word by liking, commenting, and sharing these videos. It really, really does help. What else could I say? Lord Ludicrous, I am curious if she has had multiple wellness checks. Has to be a way to find out. Yeah, we're gonna be doing some further investigative work, because I don't feel good ending things like this. Like, well, we tried to get to the bottom of this, but maybe, you know, I'm sure there's going to be two sides of the story. One of them is going to be that I was rude, so she bounced out, and the other one was going to be that she came in, you know, kind of hot and bothered and maybe lost her temper and she stormed off. You know, there's always two sides to the story. For my side, I apologize, and I agree I handled it wrong. And you know how I know that? My wife told me. Listen, men, if you're not sure if you're right about something, whether you ask your wife, right? And my wife said, you handled that terribly. You know, you raised your voice to her. You shouldn't have done that. Basically, I gave her an out, because now she could say, I'm not the bad guy here. That Steve Cambian's an asshole. He raised his voice to me, you know. But I felt like she came out of the gate swinging at me, like accusing me of shit. Like, I didn't ask her to send me private messages between her and other parties. I don't even know if that's legal, but she sent me all these messages, both for this and for this situation where she was sharing fake UFO pictures from a CGI artist that posted them on Instagram 4 days prior, claiming they were genuine, and the aliens told her they were real, right? This is just crazy, right? Stephen A., but you handled it the way it should have been. She came out being a witch. Yeah, I think she came in real hot. So maybe if there's still time to salvage, you know, look, I apologize. I did, you know, I was not right in raising my voice or getting upset. And I should have been calmer. I should have handled myself. I certainly should have conducted myself better, because, see, here's what happened. Now I give her an excuse, and she could just say, everything that Stephen Cambian found out about how my story is all horseshit, you shouldn't listen to him because he was mean to me, right? That's what's going to happen here. That's exactly what is going to happen here. She's going to twist and twist. I'm the bad guy here. I'm sorry. I kind of lost my patience with her, because she's coming out of the box swinging at me, accusing me of shit. You know, I don't think she had a good play to go here. And I think maybe she was a little too amped up, right? He's having a poll. Who's having a poll? Oh, man. Oh, no. Somebody's having a poll. I love the, like, who's the asshole poll, right? Was it wrong for Stephen Cambian to slightly lose his temper? Yeah, and actually, I'm going to share my screen. She's not here, but we'll share her. Well, look, I'm not afraid, Añjali. I'm not afraid. I'll share everything you have to say, and I have from the very beginning of this. All right. So She's saying, Stephen Cambian did not want me on Truthseekers to answer questions and discuss discrepancies between my recollection and Wayne's. It's clear. After just 10 minutes, Steve leaned towards the screen and began actually yelling at me. For this reason, I left and I will not return to his show. Yeah, I guess that's it. I thought she had more. No, she has explanations for the fake shit she's been sharing. I tried, failed, sent to a friend, got excited, posted, put in a call for professionals to identify any manipulations, CGI. I'm not a techie. She's talking about this bullshit, these bullshit pictures she claimed were real, and the aliens told her all about them. You know, she screwed up on that one, fell for fake CGI artist stuff, and she's reporting it as real alien contact. The beings say this is a work of third density to separate the wheat from the chaff, an illusion of the truth. Okay, so the aliens told her why she shared completely and totally fake shit. And 49 replies to her busting my balls. I love this, though. Thank you, Mysterion, for sending me that. Breaking news. YouTuber exposes ufology liar. It was a cocktail of meds that made her hallucinate the whole thing. And that's quite possibly a very good possibility of what indeed actually happened here. Everybody's going to chime in. She says, I will do so in an interview next week. I had hoped to do so this evening, but now it will have to wait until my upcoming interview. And you know, we all know where she's going to go, right? Dorothy Hawkins, at least, is defending me, saying, he apologized for being too passionate. I tuned in very late and missed the first part of the podcast. He asked you to come back on. Yeah, that's all I can do. Neil Diamond Hands, don't blame Cambian. You melted down when you fessed up to being on multiple medications and cannabis oil during your experience. You're done, lady. Wow. What does that mean? These substances are not known to cause hallucinations, so exactly what are you implying? Actually, you're wrong, and we have the proof that, yeah, these things can cause hallucinations, especially when mixed. It's one of the side effects listed on one of her medications is possibly cause hallucinations. William K. is asking if she's made any money. She says no. The yelling, of course, was uncalled for, but I wish you would have stayed. When there are extraordinary claims, you got to stand your ground and prove your truth, whatever it is. I mean that with respect. Artisan Tony, I don't understand why people cannot be respectful. Yeah, you know, I know this is what it's going to turn into. Her supporters are going to say I was a disrespectful asshole, and my supporters are going to say she turned tail and run because I wasn't going to play nice with her and let her, you know, manipulate me this time. And by the way, just to put things on record, you know, I believe that she indeed tried to manipulate me from the very start of this. I'll say that publicly, and you know, that's my opinion, and I'm entitled to it. She just tried to manipulate me into helping her with damage control when she posted completely and totally fake shit and claimed it was real aliens. You know, it was CGI art, and somebody found the CGI art, and I'm the bad guy here, though. And somehow she was trying to manipulate me yesterday into helping her do damage control for this fiasco she started, posting completely and totally fake shit, claiming it was real alien stuff. You know, but this is where we're at, and this is where we find ourselves. And look, I'm going to apologize I apologize to her publicly if she felt like she was mistreated. And my wife was listening and agrees that I was in the wrong. And I don't know if I ever am the kind of guy that would agree with something just because Añjali says it, but I sure as hell trust my wife. And, you know, if she says I shouldn't raise my voice, then my wife's right. She usually is. So that's where we're at. That's where we find ourselves. This is as stupid as arguing about the color of Jesus' pajamas. Yes, I agree. Yeah. Kepsta says, isn't it about supporters? It's about the truth that she can't tell. And we got Brian to tell it. Yeah, well, at least we had his. So she didn't want to tell her side of the story. You know, look, I think maybe. And I don't give it. I'm sorry, but I apologize for whatever, raising my voice to her feeling mistreated. I apologize. No, but except I think that maybe it's not just me to blame for coming out swinging, right? We're both human. But it is what it is. Oh, okay. Goofon is running a poll to do a show tonight. Well, I'm not doing anything. So you please tell him, Pete, if he does that, I'll wrap things up here and go over there. And we can continue the talk, continue the party. I had planned on doing this big interview with Añjali, or is it Añjali? Depends on who you ask, and I'll get yelled at no matter which way I say it by one person or another, right? Moody Mongol is here and says, in my opinion, Añjali got all authoritative headmistress during the brief interview. That caused Stephen to hulk up a little, and she ran for the hills. Yeah. What do I have 20 minutes for? Mark D. Truthseeker is here and says, you have 20 minutes, Cambian. Oh, Goofon is going on live. Yeah, we're going to get off of here. I mean, Christ, we've been on here almost 4 hours. I didn't plan on this, but I got to tell you, I love the view count popping up like that. I love the engagement that we get when we do a really long stream. And listen, some people have been following this drama-rama on the internet since it began. And this is just another page of this story on Añjali. And regardless of how it ended up, certainly I have regrets. I should have remained more calm, and I should have been kinder, because, I feel like I just gave her an out. Like I just handed her a get out of Stephen Cambian, answering any questions from Stephen Cambian free card. She doesn't have to. She could just say, he was rude to me, and I'm not going to take that kind of abuse, even though she was kind of raising her voice to me too. And like, it was very heated. Did you notice that? Right out of the gate, it was super heated, So maybe we both should have taken a step back, taken a breath, and I'm more than willing to let her back. I'll start a new stream and we'll try it again if she wants. She's still up. She's watching this right now. I know she is. If Añjali had nothing to hide, she could have come on the stream with Brian and Steven. And the offer is open. Why not come on with the guy? Listen, is it a coincidence that she won't come on here with the guy she claimed she had all these crazy alien experiences with? Because guess what? He doesn't remember any of that shit. But she does. And she's telling him in these private messages, the aliens wiped your memory, right? Or she's making excuses for why they don't remember her shit the way she remembers it. The whole thing is this is just ludicrous. And then, you know what? I got to say, I'm not going to say who, but a friend and fellow show host who I like, admire, and respect, he contacted me during this, and he was like, this is a bunch of sensationalist garbage, Stephen. Why are you wasting your time with this? This is sensationalist garbage. This story is garbage. And I got to tell you, I can't disagree, right? Like there's nothing to the story except her word. Her word of the story and version of the story came crashing down terribly yesterday. She came in here, and I don't think anybody would disagree with me that she came in really hot too. So maybe I should have maintained my composure better, certainly. But she sure came in running hot too. And I don't know. This is where we're at, and this is where we find ourselves, right? John Morpheus says, you just seem charged. She seemed nervous and understandably on defense as you've been tipping her off that you were mad and felt like she is lying. But then you say, as many did, that she may be crazy. And I don't know. I'm not a qualified health professional. And part of me was even questioning whether I should be running this story, right? And I'm going to have a long, hard think about that going forward, right? Mark D. Truthseeker says, Truthseekers, we need an ending to the story. I don't think it's over yet, right? And I got to tell you, we're going to look deeper into a few more things, try to tie up loose ends. I don't want to leave it like this, right? Pinzer, Flactum says, dude, I think our personalities are so similar. That's how I connect here and appreciate and respect you, even parts of me I don't like. Like you said, your wife knows and will tell you. Yeah, she's not shy. No. And look, I love and value my wife's opinion. Somebody's got to check you when you're wrong. And you have to have people in your life that you trust to check you when you're wrong. I went to hit a bathroom break during the music break, and my wife is like, you messed that up. You were wrong. You raised your voice. You shouldn't have raised. You know, she already read me the business, Mrs. Cambian. So, and you know, she is my she's the person I trust more than anybody on planet Earth. So if she says I fucked up, I can't disagree with her. She's generally right about everything in our marriage so far. Most of it, right? Yeah, she came in scorned MILF. I do. And look, I'm not making excuses, but in my defense, I think she came in a little hot. Maybe we both did, right? Moody Mongol says, Añjali disappeared faster than a tub of beard conditioner in Jeremy Cowbell's bathroom. Sure did. Yeah. B. Baker says, her story was in flames because Brian destroyed her credibility. I believe that. I mean, what could she have said tonight? And by the way, I'm sure glad I saved all those messages she sent me, because she certainly would have cut me off of access to them if I hadn't saved them already, right? She sure did. She'll keep me straight, Mike. That's a good woman. A good woman was going to tell you when you do wrong and say you. She did. As soon as I walked into the hallway, I was going to take relieve myself. We've been a few hours. She said, you effed up. You screwed up. You shouldn't have got that heated and this and that. And she kind of agreed, and I trust her more than anybody on planet Earth. So when she tells me I did something wrong, I don't argue with her. I just go, yeah, you must be right. And I have to think about this. B. Baker says, Añjali made her credibility worse by admitting how many drugs she was on. Not only that, she sent me the screenshots of her telling them how many drugs she was on. Pinzer Flactem says Añjali did come in hot. Maybe we both did, though, in my defense. And, I regret how this went. I would have certainly preferred to be able to ask her questions for 2 hours than the way this went. But I got to tell you, I bet you this gets a ton more views because of everything that happened than if she just sat here and we both sang Kumbaya and talked about the aliens and why her version of events that night differs so vastly from the people that she was there with, right? Juby DeVille says she might try getting her doctors involved by her blaming nonsense on the people who call her out. Hopefully smart people can find out how to prevent her delusions from changing policy on the internet. Lord Ludicrous saying, go on over and jump on GoofOn. Great show. Yeah, I'm going to try to do that. I ain't got shit to do tonight. That's why I let the stream go this long, right? And we, honestly, it's good for the views. Big, long stream. And if but here's what I'll say. I apologize because every once in a while I wish that I was a much better video editor, because what I would like to do is take this entire stream, 4 hours now, and go through the whole stream and pick out the very best bits and just give people, here's a half hour of the best of what happened about and the best half hour explanation of this whole drama-rama. But some people like the long form, and honestly, it's better for views. Mark D. Truthseeker says, fact is, Añjali looks way worse through this whole thing from beginning to end. Yeah, and I don't want to beat her up too much, though, because I feel terrible for her. I think that she has problems, real problems. And honestly, the longer I go on covering this story, the more I feel like I don't want to cover this story. Let her go, and hopefully she gets help if she needs help. And I don't know what else to say, right? Añjali quits when the truth comes out. GoofOn News Live. Yeah. Go on over to Rich's stream. We're going to wrap things up here. But I want to we had one of the best nights for attendance here, and we had one of the best nights for Super Chats I've ever seen here. I didn't think I was going to be able to read them all. And thank you all for your kindness, your generosity, and your continued support of the show. This is a viewer-supported show, and it's only here because of the support of you viewers. I grew up watching PBS, and I believe in that concept. Everybody throw a couple of bucks in the hat, and we'll all have some good, educational, interesting programming to enjoy. And that's what we try to do here. We model that PBS effort. People send Super Chats. You can send a PayPal donation. By the way, I got to check in with that because I'm sure I missed one yesterday, and we want to recognize if you send a PayPal donation, the instructions to do that are are in the description of this video. Give us your chat room user ID and any message you want us to send out, and we will do it. So we have Dusty Plastics with a kind and generous donation, and we have initials DB. I always forget who that is, what their chat room user ID is, with a kind and generous $10 PayPal donation, who says, glad to support the show. Thank you, Dusty Plastics and DB, for your kindness, your generosity, and your continued support of the show. It means a lot to me. Now, the YouTube UFO says she's not lying. She has just been mind manipulated by the aliens. But what she is telling is truth. They are communicating in telepathy. There is partial truth to her information. I think that's a little bit of a stretch, YouTube UFO, given that she just jumped all over a UFO hoax, claiming the aliens sort of endorsed it for her. Why would these super advanced aliens not get involved and say, don't share that? That's fake CGI shit that somebody got from Instagram a few days ago. And those people claiming they filmed it are lying to you, right? Why would the aliens not warn her not to look like somebody sharing fake information? Añjali disappeared faster than the US dollar in Putin's bank account. Yeah, Moody Mongol. But you know what? I feel like tonight was a failure on my part, and I feel terrible about that because I gave her an out. I had so many more questions to ask that was going to pin her to the wall on so many of these things, right? But, I mean, if we want to, we can continue the investigation without her involvement or cooperation. And at this point, I don't think she has much more to contribute to defend what she did. I mean, she held a press conference claiming that she met aliens at a cancer patient's house who she knew was in treatment for cancer. Do you think that maybe you don't go to the Washington Monument and hold a public press conference pointing thousands of people at this guy's backyard where you claim that you met aliens? Maybe, just maybe, that's irresponsible. I'm just saying. We're just exploring possibilities here. Stephen L says, Stephen, you know what they say. You keep lying and you start believing it. That's Añjali. Yeah, I think this is a sad part of the story, though. I think that she really believes she's talking to aliens. Severe chemical imbalance, maybe. Stephen L., you know what they say. If you just keep lying and start to believing it, that's Añjali. Yeah. Yeah, very cool. Sixth Sense, I want to thank you for coming on here. I want to thank Sixth Sense and our other chat room moderators for helping us. B. Baker was here as well. And it was nice to see Spooky jump back in. And honestly, that was a little awkward because we haven't really talked, and I think we're good. I'm good with Spooky. Listen, that's another thing. Drama-rama. People are trying to create all kinds of, Spooky left because Steve Cambian's an asshole. No, Spooky left to do her own show, and God damn it, congratulations, Spooky is a host of her own show. She doesn't need to be my side man, right? Why would you be a side man if you could be the star of the show? I wish Spooky all the best of luck and success in the world. There's no animosity on my part. She's just too big for this little shit show and had to go spread her wings and do her own thing. Congratulations. She's on a great show, a show I like with two other show hosts that I really like and enjoy. I tune in when I can. Okay? So there's no, just to dispel that, there's no drama between us. She just came on tonight. I wish I would have mentioned, hey, are we good? I think we are. She want to come here, right? I think we're good. So all you drama people, let's try to not create problems where there really are none, right? Robert Redmond with a kind of generous $2 super chat saying, thank you for doing a great job. This was really my pleasure. I have regrets. I wish I would have held my temper. I wish I would have, I wish I would have held my temper better, and I wish I would have handled it better because I gave her an out. I gave her a classic out. Now she could just say, I hung up on that prick because he was nasty and raised his voice or whatever, even though I believe she came out of the gate kind of swinging at me and she was accusing me of things. And the truth is, I never told her that I had those messages she shared with me. She just shared with me private communications between her and other parties that she may or may not even have the legal right to share with me. I don't know. We have to check into these things. She came out swinging, accusing me. No, you said you had them. No, I didn't. Why would I care that you sent me all these messages if I already had them? I would have said, I already had them. You don't need to send them. No, she said, I'm going to send you all these messages. And then she sent me a Google Drive link with all of them. And luckily, I downloaded them all before this shit show happened, because I'm sure she's going to pull my access to them. But we got them all. And, you know, it is what it is. I don't know where this story is going. We are all, Vulture says, any excuse to backpedal and distract. You are right. You are right. Moody Mongol says, YouTube UFO is stretching so far, he might actually catch up with Añjali as she runs down from the show. Yeah, you don't know. And I have 3 guesses where she's going to go next to talk shit on me and decide I'm the bad guy. 3 guesses. 3 guesses what show she's going to be on next. And I got to say, that would be terrible. If she does that, that would be terrible optics for her. It'll look like a vindictive move if she goes to the show. I think she's going to. Jameek 911 with kind generous $4.99 super chat. Is it possible the government got to Wayne? I don't know. I've talked to him on air, off air. I think he's a very honest and genuine guy. I think he's being honest with us. I really, really do. Lord Ludicrous says, expect a new round of doxing. Well, we've been through it once. My address is already out there on the internet. What else could happen? My legal name's out there. My address is out there. People are, you know, bringing my family into this. Yeah. Popsicle Ocean, you still streaming? Yeah, I'm trying to find the off ramp. I really am. I'm trying. We gotta bounce on out of here. We're over 4 hours. V, I'm not sure what her health condition is like. So, what can I say, friends? I want to thank each and every one of you for joining us. And I want to thank all of our panel members who really did come in here and rescue me. We had this huge audience here to see Añjali tell us her version of the truth. After last night's incredible interview, I think a lot of people tuned in and she tuned out. And hey, part of that is my fault, and I offer my apology. That's all I can do. You know, best of my recollection, I just seemed like she was accusing me of all kinds of things right out of the gate. And I'm like, whoa, wait a minute here, you know. But I'll review the tape and maybe I'll have some more thoughts on what went wrong and how I could have done better. Listen, if nothing else, I'm going to consider this a learning experience. I accept responsibility. I lost my temper, you know, and I could have handled things much better. But there's only so much bullshit you can take. There really is, right? And she came out the gate accusing me. No, you already had these messages, you said. No, I never said I had private messages between you and your so-called, quote, Wayne, unquote, right? I never said that. I never said I had those messages. She sent them to me. And I got to tell you, I looked through the messages, and I think most of those messages support his version of events, not hers. But I'm going to review them, see about the legalities of sharing them, and we may report more on that. So what can I say, friends? It has been quite an exciting evening, trying evening. And again, I apologize. I would have much preferred that she sat here for 2 hours and let me grill her. I didn't handle this well. I'm human, you know. I would think that the aliens she's in contact with would tell her to forgive me, love and light and all that, right? But, you know, it is what it is. I accept responsibility for raising my voice or whatever, or losing my temper. I'm human, aren't we all? I don't know where this story's going, but I'm going to follow it right to the end. You have my commitment on that. I'm all chips in kind of guy. I've come this far. There's a little bit of things left to do. We're sending a correspondent out there to film that mountain. And we'll have more information that will either prove or disprove her claims. I know what I think's going to happen here. I think her story already fell to shit. And if I keep going with this, it's going to fall to shit even more. But I followed the story this far. Why not follow it to its inevitable conclusion? And that's where we're at, and that's where we find ourselves. So I want to thank each and every one of you for joining us. We had one of the most well-attended shows ever. And amazingly, shockingly, and surprisingly, I really thought that when she stormed off, that everybody would stop watching. But I'm sort of proud of myself a little bit for pulling that out, because not only did people not drop off, but the view count of how many people were viewing went up, not down. I'm not an expert in how to host a show, though I do have experience hosting shows in my background. So I did the best that I could do in the midst of a difficult situation. I almost just ended the stream. Like, okay, she bailed. I'm done. I don't have to, I didn't think that was the right thing to do. And I thank you all for sticking in with me. And I thank the panel members, right? I certainly thank the panel members and every one of them for coming here and helping me still do an interesting show. That's all I got for you, friends. Tomorrow we'll have more for you, though. I don't think I'm taking any time off given current drama-rama. You got to strike while the iron is hot, and the drama is rama-ing, and it certainly will be all night tonight and all day tomorrow. There's other shows covering what happened here tonight right now, and I'm going to go listen to them or join them, and I hope you will too. I want to thank each and every one of you for joining us. I want to invite you, if this is your first time here, go click that subscribe button, hit that notification bell, and you too will know when we're doing a live show, and you can come here and be a part of the live tapings. And if you're listening in audio podcast land, you're getting a replay. Go on over to YouTube, put Truthseekers, one word, Truthseekers, one word in the search bar. Hit that notification bell. Hit that subscribe button, and you too will know when we're doing a live taping event, and you can come here and be a part of the Truthseekers community. We also have a Discord and some other things. You are all most welcome. We welcome skeptics, believers. We welcome all types. That's all I got for you, friends. So until next time, my name is Stephen Cambian. Good night, and God bless all of you, including you, Añjali. And I apologize for raising my voice to you or whatever upset you enough to storm off and not be willing to answer the rest of my questions that I spent 4 hours preparing. But I wish her the best. Good night, and God bless her too.